Thank you. Good. That means the quorum is reached, and all of you, except from ESN IBS, will be able to vote tomorrow on the first candidates if you stay. Now we continue with.
2 more minutes. But someone else can present now.
We would like to start with the international guest introductions so that you also get to know other people outside from your network, maybe find some inspiration or I don't know what, some future vacation. Maybe first ESN Frankfurt?
Okay.
Do we have the...
Yes.
This one is working, no?
Which one?
Yeah.
You can use the clicker, but yeah, I think so.
Can we already make the question round into the end?
Yes, I will.
Yeah.
And also, something that you have to know, we will have the question round in the NA app during all the presentations today, during almost all the presentations. And you can already type in questions during the presentation, so you don't have to type it after presentation. If you have something during presentation, you can already type it in and we will answer it later. So it's the same for here. Yes?
Okay, hello everyone. So my name is Julia. I am from section Frankfurt in Germany. So I'm happy to be here. I have to be here. It was my current team because our team changed in February. So it was full changes. The presentation is still on the ESN, but anyway, I have to introduce it here. Our section is not the biggest section in Germany. We are at the Berliner University in Frankfurt Oder, at the border, don't confuse with Frankfurt am Main. And we have around 300 international students per semester, so we have actually pretty much work. And our section is around 25 members, and we're constantly searching for more and more members. My work is pretty international. Every single semester we have so many variations. My export was half Polish, Colombian, Egyptian, and German. So I'm super proud of it. Going further, I would like to say a bit shy about our mascot. It's over there. It's Frankie. It's a small rooster. And why? Because in Frankfurt there is a lot of roosters. It's like our signature mascot. Why? The history is not that complicated. Frankfurt was a village. We had a lot of roosters anyway, so we just took it, just to make it more fun, yeah? And me, I was the president. My journey in ESN, I started as a member, then as a tutor, then I became a head of incomings and tutoring, which was amazing. And after that, I stepped as a president. Better. Yeah. Became the president was an amazing journey. I was 1 year president, and now I'm kind of applying for the full support because I cannot say goodbye to ESN. And what we do. So our most important event and our proud event is the international day. We have one per year, and all of the countries they have their own book. There's a competition for which book will be the most interesting, counting their books, their music, their history, how they pronounce, how they present themselves. Also the dance. And at the end, we have also a party. So it's amazing. We have a lot of international students from different countries. Other, which we are very proud of, we are organizing every semester international trip to Warsaw, for example, to Prague, which was on my board, by my board organized. Small local trips, which we doing a lot of partnerships with ESN Berlin, for example, ESN Potsdam, Dresden. And more local events like a Flankybird tournament during the summer or picnic. And we are focusing a lot for the members meeting. We are trying to be that every members meeting be unique. We are choosing place, we are like hearing what the people want for us, and we encourage them to co-work with us. Also a lot of time and a lot of effort we put in the tutoring program. Because Viadrina is an international university. We have students from all over the world, and not only coming as an Erasmus and coming student, also the regular students are coming from a different part of the world. So we are very proud of it. I need to also say that we did a huge step by our socials. We started to do reels. We started to work on a merch with t-shirts, with hoodies. I really recommend you to check it out. Instagram of Frankfurt, and of course, I invite you to Frankfurt to explore the city, to explore ESN, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot. That was very nice, very amazing. Is anyone typing a question? No. Okay, then thank you a lot for your presentation. Okay, our amazing vice chair will come next.
Where do I will have to do it?
Just the questions.
Just questions. Okay.
So, I will start my international guest presentation. Once again, I'm Sasha. I'm from ESN Tallinn, from Estonia. So yeah, a bit about me. I'm an ESN since February 2024, so it's been 2 years, very eventful and bright 2 years. Currently I'm the president. I'm also, as you can see on the pictures, I'm the volunteer coordinator for the Paris of the Baltic Sea. It's a Finnish national event. I'm also in some committees, so I'm in ICE, in the Erasmus Plus team, together with Zita, but she's a different team. I'm also in the Apticom data analysis team, and I was event manager for the previous year. Never again, but it was a great experience. And as was mentioned again, I was community meetings vice president, and I have some experience with workshops and facilitation. So for example, last weekend I was a trainer at the ESN Finland's national training event, FinSite. And I'll hold a workshop tomorrow, so please come. Yes, and this is the ESN Hungary appreciation slide. I love the first time I got to know you guys was October 2024 at the ESN Hungary in Budapest. I chaired together with Joachim and Balázs, and then I also came to volunteer at CEP and occasionally meet all the people of ESN Hungary at some events. So always love to come back and get to know new volunteers, and I had a lot of fun yesterday, so thank you so much. And a bit about my local section, ESN Tallinn. We were established in 2003. We're a legal entity, so we're legally registered as NGO. We collaborate with 7 universities in the city. Some are pretty big, some are smaller. Our mascot is Sipsik, some of you know. Our office is in the city student house. We are very proud of it. It's part of UNESCO World Heritage List. And obviously we're located in Tallinn, in Estonia. It's on the north, cold, windy, snowy, that's about us. We get around 800 incoming mobility students and interns yearly. We organize around 150 events per year. And we've got a huge increase in ESN card partnerships in the past 2 years. So from the beginning of 2024, we got 24 new ESN card partners. And we have, of course, our lovely members. We have around 90 volunteers, so newbies, active members, alumni. Our alumni are pretty active, the newbies are also pretty active. And you can see the board over there. So I'm the president, we have communication manager, partnership manager, event manager, vice president, and financial manager. And since this year we also have teams, so we have like a support structure. So we have events team, communication team, HR team, education team, IT coordinator, and for this year we had 4 interns, 3 last semester and 2 this semester. And here are our best initiatives. So of course, Steps to Santa, some of you participated. It was a steps challenge with 11 ESN sections taking part. We have motivational weekends for our members where we go outside, so we rent a cottage in the woods and our members just hang out and get to know each other and relax. We collaborate a lot with other ESN sections in Tallinn, so normally every week we have some SECO event. Then, of course, we led the candidacy of Tallinn's Erasmus Nation of the Year candidacy in Zone 25, and we got 3rd place, so we were 2nd runner-up. And also we received 6 awards and honorable mentions at the GM Ancona a year ago, also very proud of that. We started doing mental health trainings for the last semester with our HR intern. Last year we recorded Erasmus podcast with the local media, and also the initiative that started a year ago is Humans of Tallinn. It's a online campaign where we feature our volunteers and we promote ESN and volunteering for our online community. And our signature events are the hackathon. It's a very Estonian thing where you come and develop your own project with some mentors. We have museum crawl, language learning workshop, European Parliament roleplay game, parliament visits, treasure hunt, Lapland trips with time travels, and coffee to victory, and a lot of others, but these are the ones that I'm most proud of. And also a bit about my national organization, ESN Estonia. So we have 5 sections in total in NO, 4 in Tallinn, ESN Tallinn, ESN Tallinna-IC, ESN TLU-IC, and ESN BS. So, and the one in Tartu, which is in Tartu. We hosted NEP Tallinn in 2024. That's a lie, yeah, 2024. And this year we hosted community meetings Tallinn. Also, we have our national training event called Skillbox, which happens normally in May. And we have national assemblies, of course, 3 times per year. So summer one normally is organized by my section. It's like also kind of recreational thing. So we go outside of Tallinn. We have networking, socializing. It's more of like a getting to know UNA. Then a regular one in November and an electoral one in March. And yes, I will not yap for much longer. So please follow us on our social media, and I hope to see you at the next ESN events.
Okay, same question again. Is someone typing a question or having a question to Sasha? Yes. Okay, Balazs.
So my question is, what is coffee for victory? Because it sounded so exciting. Coffee for victory, the event.
It sounded how?
Exciting.
So it's a fundraising event, which we are doing actually every semester, but the most successful one was last year. And we got the 1st place in a fundraising award category at the GM Ancona. It's like a bake sale kind of coffee, where you can come, you buy pastries, you buy warm drinks, you can play board games, you can participate in a raffle with some prizes, and then all the all the donations they go to humanitarian aid in Ukraine. So it's organized in collaboration with some local, not Tallinn-based Ukrainian NGOs, or organizations that help refugees and send humanitarian aid.
Okay, I see no other questions, so thank you, Sasha.
Do you want to present or not?
No, no, fine.
So I will
Okay, then I guess it's me, the last one. He doesn't want to, I think.
Switzerland, forget presentation. Still.
About ESN Hungary.
Yeah. I will say a few words. It's okay.
Okay, then I also use my time, because otherwise I will forget it, to repeat hand gestures, because I heard from reflection groups yesterday that some people did not get it fully, so we will repeat it all together so that you understand. So we all do jazz hands, which is when we want to show affection that something is correct. Now we all together have a question. What do we do? Yes, perfect. We have a comment. Yes, 2 fingers, comment. 1 finger, procedural, okay?
You can pronounce it.
Yes, I learned it. Okay, what did I forget? Silence.
Yeah.
Okay, amazing. Let's go.
What counts as a procedural?
Okay, procedural. If you want a change in agenda, basically, for example, there's multiple points, but if you want to have a change in agenda, that would be the most common point. You can ask for procedural. That can be, for example, you want to have something switched For minor changes, sometimes I will just ask if there's objections, if it's just about some minutes. That's the main thing. All other we will figure out in the process. Yes?
Also, procedurals can be about like very basic things, kind of like, oh, we don't hear you, we don't see, the light is too bright, you know, we're tired, where is food? All types of things that are about logistics.
Because we care about you, right? Okay, ESN Lithuania. Is this one? Okay, I use this one. As ESN Lithuania is a common guest in this beautiful NO, I guess most of you already heard of it a lot. So I thought about how do I make it more exciting. Then I thought about the presentation. I decided that I will not because I can't. However, I thought to make it more exciting, I will just, you know, give you some insights and spicy stuff from Lithuania, and I just hope that nobody from Lithuania watches the stream. Yeah, so that's what we will do. So 9 sections, 5 in Kaunas, 4 in Vilnius. I guess that's the interesting part. We have C, we have hello, okay. We have aggressive neighbors, except from the Baltics, of course, in Poland. Yes, meet the team. There's me and 4 other people. You will probably not remember them after this presentation if you don't know them, so I will just not give you a lot of information about that, but they are all very nice, they don't bite. We have 1 national coordinator, which is Aslan. Yo. Our mission and vision, this is new slides, I don't know them. Okay, this is ESN International stuff, but it applies to you as well, so it applies to all of us, so we'll do a bit of education. ESN mission, enrichment of society through international students. My sections don't know it, so potentially you also don't know it. If you ever ask what is social impact, everything that, okay? If this criteria is met in your events, it's classified as social impact. It's as easy as it is. Vision, too long. Our values, this is the values we have, and they are very, very important in this room as well. So if you will do something against those values, I will interfere. It's basically being nice, tolerant, inclusive, also having fun. Now let's go to our events in Lithuania. National Assembly, that's basic. We do the same as you do, which is a National Assembly. There we gathered for group picture. What is my insight? I lost my favorite jacket one day before and I wanted to wear it for the picture and I could not. So this is the sad picture. Welcome party. Yeah, we do welcome parties. Usually they're quite fun. We have a lot of people. This person with the short hair, you can see her on this picture. I call her the baby girl person because she's the moderator at our parties and she calls all participants baby girl. And it is so funny because, you know, it's highly cringe, but in a good way because she does not stop and she would call everyone baby girl. Like, it does not matter who you are. You could be the mayor, you could be the president of I don't know what country. She would call you baby girl, okay? So that's very funny. That's my insight. NEP. I don't know when we organized it last time, but we go there. Yeah, so those pictures, they are from Riga, from Latvia. That was last NEP. It was very cold and very rainy. I almost missed my flight, which was mainly because, I don't know, I just didn't calculate the time. Survival Kit, our national training event, which does not happen very often because we never find OC for it, but I will change it, I promise you. My sections don't know about it, but I will make it mandatory for the sections in a rotation system. So you're the first to know about this, but my sections will be forced. Local boards meeting, also usually happening in January. Did not happen this year because we didn't find OC. However, it happened last year. There's not a lot of people because we have 9 sections and I think they usually send around 2-ish people from the board. Yeah, and then they meet, discuss important stuff. I was not there, so I have no idea what it is. Community meetings. Actually, this year they were in Vilnius. Doka was there, Hannah was there, so they can actually tell you that it was amazing, as everything is in Lithuania, as long as I'm there. Yeah, we had a good time. The left picture I think is from Portugal, because that does not look like Lithuania. We are more modern.
The right was it's the community meetings in Tallinn.
Oh. It's the Baltics, it's the same family, right? Yeah, but the pictures from Vilnius, maybe they're not there yet, but they also will be very, very beautiful. I saw myself because I have contacts in the OC, so they gave me illegal pictures.
Uh-oh, GDP.
EGM, we don't organize it because you would never vote for us because we are a cold country. However, it is a very fun event and you should go. This is our president with sunglasses, so she's kind of incognito. Yeah, and this was in Ancona, I think, they corrected me. See, I have the same problems in Italy as in Hungary. Okay, Escape Camp, this is actually our big national event. It's a 3-day party event for international students. It's in nowhere, it's in countryside. Yeah, it's a bit about parties, outdoor activities. We have a whirlpool that is heated with firewood. So at some point, students are stupid and put in too much firewood, then they boil. But it's fine, because we have a safety team. I am there. My insight is, when I attended it, I was elected event manager, but I was not already national events manager, so my job was just to chill there and look at people. And I had a very good time, because I was very drunk there. I did nothing but doing the things I wanted to do, which was the sports program for students in the morning. And you can imagine how it was after partying. I had the fun of my lifetime. I never felt so much fun through sadism in me. So I discovered a new site. And yeah, there's around 150 to 200 students per day, per year, because it's one time per year. And it's kind of like a small village. It's I don't know how to describe it. It's a small village. Students have different houses in a way. It's quite cool. The food is not that good. I mean, it's good, but it's very small portions. So for people that are hungry, I would not recommend this event. This was last time. We had 2 buses. I'm happy that they didn't, fall to the side because the road is not that good. Our partners, time travels. That's the most important. We do Lapland trips with them. And about the others, I have no idea. I cannot tell you anything. Thank you for your attention. Find our social media on Linktree, this ESN Lithuania. That's it. Thank you. Are there any questions? Let's see. Okay, anyone typing a question? That is good. That means I was very expressionate. And that means we can go to the next point, which is...
So do you want to say something more? Yeah.
We don't go next point.
Sorry, I'm also an international guest, which is technically, because I'm still part of ESN Hungary, but a few things about Switzerland. It's beautiful, expensive, and a lot of cheese. And yeah, we did a web recently, and the place was so beautiful, and food was even more better because I was the one who's cooking for all of them. So, and yeah, if you are visiting Switzerland, let me know. I will be around Zurich, and thank you for listening to me. It's a short presentation.
Okay, very good. We are on time, which is surprising. Good. A few comments from my side about national board candidates before we will kick out Zita. Good. So, a few things. First of all, I remind you the NA app for questions is open already during the presentation. So you can type in your questions already, and then shortly after end of presentation, I will try to close the speakers list so that we really stick with the timeline and you have a lot of time for discussions and so on later, and we don't skip your coffee breaks because we all need coffee.
Is there a way to block a specific person
How is it secure?
of seeing the
Because we are
questions?
supposed to not know each other's question rounds.
Yes.
Then how can I not see Zita's question round in the...
Yeah, that's why I came here as well. Can we block a person or?
We will figure it out while I...
Can I ask a procedural? We cannot do streaming. We cannot do streaming of the participant because.
Naming the question, so it's like a list, and
Yeah,
you don't write the question itself into the just your name.
Yes, you can do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Just the thing is, we are not going to stream the presentation as well.
No.
Okay. We are streaming.
Yeah,
but-
I mean we have to stream the presentation.
Okay, but the other person can see. So.
Okay, so we ask the four candidates that are running against each other to try and respect this rule. We obviously cannot block you completely. Just take a walk. Then watch the stream. Then watch the NA after. Thank you.
Okay, good. We figured it out. You just write your name in the NA app, okay? You don't formulate your question, you just write the name. Then next point for the candidates, I put a mental health table there with my own strengths this morning while I was still a bit hangover. You can put there drinks, you can put coffee, you can put whatever you need. I don't know if you want to squeeze something, that's totally fine for me. I also asked OC if you need a freshly brewed coffee, it is possible for you to get one. So you can ask for me if you want it. And yeah, that's it. I wish you a lot of luck and you will do amazing. I will give you a hand sign in the middle of your presentation, which is after 5 minutes. However, I would recommend you to also put a timer for yourself. That will help you a lot, but don't rush, it will be all right. Yeah, that's it. Now, Zita, I would like you to leave the room, unfortunately. And I will text you when you can come back. And it's time for Kinga.
Again?
That's last year. That's not the good year.
Wait, am I doing? Is it the presentation?
Do you think?
Then why did we get?
I mean, I can do it again.
Okay, then.
But I did send you the good one.
Wait, I will check.
I did, because I just checked the email. It's hard to present after this one-man show, but I will try my best.
Oh.
Yeah, I have it. Do you have it?
No, I don't. Can you send it? Yeah.
It's okay.
Sorry for technical difficulties. Unless if you want to start with our presentation, then we continue with the presentation.
Yeah,
Did
you
you?
have it.
Okay, sorry. Come on, reload. Yup. Here it is. Yep.
You can start.
Okay. So, hello everybody. Hello dear National Assembly. I would like to present to you my president candidacy of ESN Hungary for the 2026-2027 mandate. And I wanted to start with a funny picture because we're going to have a serious time today, I think. First of all, what I'm going to talk about today is a little introduction about who I am, for those who don't know me, then my path, my plans, and why you should choose me as president. So, a little introduction. So, for those who don't know me, I am Kinga, I'm 22 years old, and I'm a communication student. I was a communication student with journalism specialization, and now I'm doing a master's in political science. My home section is ESN Hungary, and a little fun fact about me is I'm the master of SideQuest and Type B travels. Some people in this room have traveled with me, and they know it's true. So, just a little bit about my past in ESN, but you can read everything in my CV, and please read it. Here I just want to highlight the most important things for the present portfolio. So I joined ESN Hungary as a mentor in March 2024, and pretty quickly I became a member of the International Affairs Committee of ESN Hungary in October 2024, so I was working with the national representative a lot. And then I got elected as national representative, and I started my mandate in June 2025. And two events that I want to highlight that are really relevant right now for me is that I attended the Education Committee meetings, first in Porto, but then in Brussels. And I also attended the General Assembly, which is the same assembly as for us, but at the international level. And also, currently, my NR path is very directed towards advocacy and policy, which helps me a lot to prepare for this position. So here I want to get into some points a little bit. As you can see, I put points from the SSO, so you can see which experiences are relevant for which part of the SSO. First, everything that I experienced in my NR mandate, I was working very closely with the current president, and I was managing a lot of stakeholders and getting experience in leadership, for example, with also delegation leading and leading a team. I attended, as I said, the GE and the EDUCOM and also other conferences where I learned what it actually means to be the first representative of ESN Hungary. What does it mean when people come to you and you have to explain to them what do you do as ESN and what do you do as ESN Hungary specifically. Also, as I mentioned, the current education direction, I was liaising with a lot of external bodies, and I learned a lot about the issues of Erasmus Plus and Pannonia and how to tackle these issues with stakeholders, and I also wrote my first policy paper, which is a very important step for me. And also what I want to highlight, that you can also see in my CV, is the diverse portfolio because of the NR portfolio in itself, because of the vacancies, because of being part of international OCs. I have experiences in event management, communication, etc., which is very much needed for a president, because if I want to supervise my board in a good way and be helpful to them, it's important that I understand what they are also doing. And now I want to get into my plans a little bit. First, when it comes to education, the first one that I want to highlight is Erasmus in schools. So obviously we want to broaden our presence in Hungary. So we should start Erasmus in schools, as many other NOs have. We should start reaching out to high schools and connecting them to sections. A little bit like what I explained with the ambassador system, but this time with high schools. And obviously seek out open days to go and present. I want to keep advocating using the raw data of the ESN survey that we can get for ESN Hungary, and write more policy papers. And beyond president calls, I would also like to do an NO call every 2 months where I can tackle educational topics, and also other NB members can tackle other kind of topics that would be interesting knowledge, not only for example, their portfolio, but for the whole section boards. And when it comes to universities, I want to continue on the path that we are on in supporting sections, when negotiating with their universities, and working on having more contracts. When it comes to external representation, I want to seek out more conferences that we can go to. For example, Brain Bar or Jobverse, and also some festivals where a lot of organizations tend to have stands, like EFOT. And I also want to highlight Educatio, but only if it's financially viable. I want to strengthen our relations with other organizations. So here I mentioned JAFHOC and NIT that I already talked about a lot yesterday. I would not only like to have joint events, which would fall more into the event manager portfolio, but also inviting each other to our assemblies and to seek out the causes that are common and the paths that are common. We could also write joint policy papers. and therefore keep up our connection with Tempus and the ministry and the MEPs. Why is this also very important? Because when there was the meeting with Tar Zoltán, he highlighted to us that he feels like not enough young people in Hungary raise their voices with the issues of Erasmus Plus in Hungary, and basically as ESN we are the only ones, so in this sense it would be very important to reach out to help and maybe have joint policy papers. When it comes to leadership, I want to, this is not very relevant to you, but it's really, really relevant to us at national level. I want to reform the national level calls together with the Vice President, and sometimes include the national coordinators more into some decision making. And I think the President calls should focus on certain issues, while board calls should focus on broader topics, including education. Also, I would be the legal representative, obviously, so the GA when it comes to contracts or administration. And what I want to highlight that how I see the presidency is that while I'm the first representative of the network and also the leader of the national level, I have to show an example in my mentality, and I have to lead the execution of my education portfolio, but the direction of that education portfolio is decided by my full board. And I think the last slide, when it comes to my plans, is the structure. The structure of the national level, I think I would like to separate a little bit more coordinators and superstructures. It was not possible this year because of the vacancies. We really needed the superstructures to step up. And also, hopefully, because interns are a new thing right now, it will become something recurrent, and we will need to have a system for that. The SSO also needs reforming, because it needs to constantly be complying with Hungarian law and ESN International. And even in the future, even if before my mandate will start, we succeed in that, it needs to be kept new constantly, because since it has not been done in the past, that's why we are in the situation we are in right now. And even when the international statutes change. And also we need some changes regarding portfolios. What I would also like to say is that I would like the sections to have more harmonized SSOs. Why I mentioned the VP here, because this would also have collaboration, main chairing, vice chairing for each other at GAs, etc. And of course, the legal registration of sections, helping them all the way. I'm not going to talk more about it, you have heard a lot about it already. So why me? Here I highlight 3 points. First is that I believe that I have not only the experience, but the mentality to be a good advocate for ESN and the causes of ESN. I can work in a team and manage people without overstepping them. And I believe in progress and stability and strengthening what we already have, making us stronger together, and not always promising every new idea and then losing our priorities. If I learned something in the past mandate is that sometimes we have to go back to the basics of the community that we are and strengthen that. That's all I wanted to say today. Thank you. I am ready to answer your questions.
Thank you a lot, Kinga. One comment: when you ask questions, please also take into consideration the questions that were already asked in the online question round, so that we don't double everything. Yeah, and the first word goes to Dorka.
Sorry, is it working? Thank you, Kinga, for your presentation. My question to you would be if you have the chance to reach out to the current position holder to discuss the position and the current priorities of the national level and the national court and the president portfolio.
Yes. I reached out to Andris, and we had, I think, several meetings about what he thinks is a priority, what I think is a priority, and how those can align. So he was a big help in the process.
Thank you. Reka.
Okay, it's good. So I wanted to ask, what do you think is the most important thing when it comes to representing ESN Hungary in front of external stakeholders?
I believe it really depends on the external stakeholder. I think like the first thing is that we are supporting mobility and that we are a group of volunteers. That's the two most important things. So that's relevant to every stakeholder. But it's really important to adapt our message also when it comes to an MEP, when it comes to ministry or another NGO, because it's important to find common grounds in this matter. I hope I answered your question. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Andres?
Do not have a microphone. In some of the OC that know our faces, let's do this. Like when you are gonna be the next person on the speakers list, you can already raise your hand and then they will come to you. Okay, this is what I have not done. Sorry.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Kinga. My question is, how do you evaluate the current, not evaluate, but perhaps how do you see the current situation regarding Erasmus Plus in Hungary, and where do you think us, ESN Hungary, fit in that whole thing?
Okay, so currently in the European Parliament there's a lot of discussions about the situation of Erasmus Plus, also regarding the new Erasmus Plus program from 28-31. And there's been a lot of communication regarding if it's a good solution that the Hungarian universities were excluded. And the thing is that we really, as I mentioned, we really need to raise our voices as young people and this ESN, because it actually matters, especially when we speak to the ministry, because right now the ball is in their league. Can you say that? When it comes to when it comes to Hungarian universities not having Erasmus Plus. So actually we are meeting with the ministry in the next 2 weeks. But this needs to keep going because probably this will be a long process in the parliament. I hope I answered the question.
Thank you. Is anyone still typing? Then I propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? Okay, the speakers list is closed. Next is Petty.
Okay, lovely. I would like to switch from the plans to sort of like you as part of a team. So basically my question would be how you've changed in the past year regarding how you take negative criticism, because as an owner or sometimes as a substitute of the president, sometimes when you receive negative feedback, there were times when you needed some time for yourself to get back together, which is absolutely fine because many people in this organization suffer from burnout, and mental health is usually a great, something that we should take more care about. But there are cases when, as a president, you wouldn't be able to step out for like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour. How would you be able to handle that now?
I think I take it pretty well. I mean, the most difference that comes to my mind is when I first showed my NR presentation to you, Orsi, Dorka, and Andris before presenting it at the last NA. And I remember that some of the negative criticism was really hard to me. But even at that time, I very quickly implemented it. And I think right now, when I talk to anyone about my plans, I was very open to anything they said, and I believe that also my team, you could ask Incom or anyone who's worked with me, I've always taken it well, and I'm always actually seeking it out, like asking them before they would even say anything to tell me anything is wrong, anything is bothering them, because something is all everyone can improve, and it's better to come up even with a little thing than not say anything. It's always better to improve. So that would be my answer to you.
Thank you. Please, for your questions, try to be precise and short as possible. Next one, Norbert, ESN BME.
Hello, Kinga. It was a really good presentation. I have a question regarding Erasmus in schools. Since you know that this whole project is close to my heart, since I was the first with my team to establish the first guide in Hungary. As I've seen throughout all the president mandates in the past, everybody had it in plan to work with it. How would you make it really happen, and how would you make this whole EduCom part sexy again?
Thank you for your question. I will be very honest with you with the superstructure. if I have an education officer, if I have an education community, I would be capable of doing that. If I have sections that are stable and have capacity, I will be able to doing that. Do I believe that it's our utmost priority? No. Because I believe we are, as ESN, our utmost priority are universities. It would be amazing to do as some NOs and reach out to those high schools. But I think when we have struggles already in some sections and in some, like at university level, it's not the utmost priority. As soon as I feel like I have capacity, and reaching out is not yet that hard. So like reaching out to high schools, mapping of which support structure of the national level or which section could help which high school, when are the open days, that can be done. And then in the execution, obviously I need people for that. So that would be my answer to you.
Thank you. Benze, ESN Elta.
Okay, so actually my question was kind of covered in the last question.
Thank you. Next, Aaron, ESN Obuda University.
So, hi Kinga. My question would be that I think it's not new, but yeah. So what you mentioned that having struggling sections to be an NGO, having a good relation with the university. What do you do with what's your plan to work for step-to-step guide to handle the stubborn universities?
Yeah. First of all, I would also highlight to everyone that a lot of my answers in the NAF are covering a lot of that part, and also of how I imagine all of that, like helping out sections. So I would really recommend all of you to read those. How I plan, I think becoming an NGO is an end goal, and it's really important to focus on what's the reality of each section. And some sections are not ready, so we need to focus on first, like step by step, like first establishing a good relationship, which can take a lot of time. It can take changing the mandate of the current IRO. Like, sometimes it's very, you don't know. And every section has different needs. So we gotta take it step by step, work together with the section boards. And obviously I would work together in the VP in that regard, because becoming an NGO, like the end of this whole process when there's the legal registration and everything, obviously I would be the one to help. But when it comes to leading that way for a section to become strong enough, it falls more into the VP portfolio, so that needs a really good collaboration.
Okay, thank you. That was the last question. We are perfectly ending on time. So thank you, Kinga. Big applause to you. And I ask you to leave the room, and on the way try to find Zita to come back.
We need anything? Yes. Question round coming soon. Oh Jesus. Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Okay, welcome Zita. Thank you for being here. Same for you. Put your stuff there on that nice table, and you can start whenever you want. And then your time is running. I will give you a sign at 5 minutes.
Hi everyone and welcome. I'm Sita Horvat. I'm the president of ESN Hungary. Does it work now? Okay, sorry. Can I restart? Okay, does it work? Okay, thank you. Okay. So, hi everyone. I'm Sita. I'm the president of ESN Hungary. And I would like to present my candidacy for the national president position of ESN Hungary for the upcoming mandate. So, first of all, who am I? I'm Zita, and I was born and raised in Győr in Hungary, and then I decided to move to the completely other side of the country, to Szeged, which was one of my best decisions in my life. And here I started university. I'm on an English and German teacher training program, and I did my Erasmus in Heidelberg, Germany in 2024. And beyond ESN, I love volunteering in general. So I volunteered 3 times in the European Youth Olympics Festival, once in Hungary, once in Slovakia, and once in Slovenia, and I enjoyed it very, very much. And beyond that, I'm also the founding member of Eurocoma Schule Szeged, which is the first Hungarian local team, and it is like an Erasmus in Schools initiative, which we could also implement if we are interested or like a better collaboration. And as far as my ESN path is concerned, I joined ESN in 2022. And I tried out a lot of different positions, and over the years, my perspective on the network has grown. Every time you talk to somebody new, every time you go to a new event, you learn a new piece of the puzzle. And it's always up to you to always try and proactively engage with each other in this network. ESN exists because 10 crazy volunteers had a dream, and it was almost 40 years ago. And every single year since then, crazy people, just do one step more because they think that they have an impact on international students and their communities. And this is a speech that I heard in my second National Assembly, and it inspires me ever since. That's why I applied for national level positions. That's why I also organized the National Assemblies. That's why I'm also here right now presenting my candidacy. But I also I would like to talk a little bit about my section president mandate, because I remember we were sitting in a park and we were talking about how do we imagine ESN. We thought that maybe it's like an English book cover when international students are sitting in a park and smiling. And basically this is how we imagine ESN. And you know, I need a bit of time to understand what it really means to apply for a position. I attended a lot of conferences, a lot of trainings, in the beginning I had very unrealistic goals, I have to admit. And it really inspired me to restructure my leading style, because I received a lot of feedback that my section would require my presence. So that's why I restructured a little bit. And I had individual consultations with our new board support members and coordinators. I wanted to ensure a really good transition. I created a tracking system where we could see how do we develop. And I also created newsletters where I summarize all of our achievements, and I really enjoy writing them and summarize what we are doing. And we also won the Section of the Year award in 2025 and the ESN Hungary Christian Scholar. And as I mentioned, I traveled, I attended a lot of events, and I realized that ESN is bigger than your section. ESN is bigger than our country. ESN is basically a huge network, and we are helping each other. When I was, for example, in my first National Assembly in ESN Austria, I was a newbie. I had no idea what a National Assembly is. And there were 2 tracks, and it really helped me as a newbie to understand that, okay, what can I expect from a National Assembly, what is going to happen. And since then, also, some of our members attended the National Assembly for ESN Austria. Austria, where the Teaching for Austria was presenting, and it also inspired me to work together better with these institutional partners. And when I attended the National Assembly of ESN Germany, I learned how the national level is structured, and it also really inspired me to do this whole thing, because they have, for example, different positions for the vice president for governance, vice president for development. They have network and update calls, which is completely different thing that the president calls. They also have the national level calls. They have national level trainings, and it really makes me happy to see that how much people can care about this network, and I got really inspired. And also they have the Schule, which we could also do at the Erasmus in schools within Hungary. And as far as my National Assembly experience in ESN UK is concerned, when I was there, I presented how the Erasmus Plus situation affects Hungary, and they asked me a lot of questions, and we realized that actually we are in the same situation. It was back in 2024, and since then, UK goes back to Erasmus Plus. So we can learn a lot from them. We can learn how they did it. We can learn the steps, and we can just ask them, and let's see how we can achieve the same. When I was in the Czech Republic, I was a part of a panel discussion as an international guest, which allowed me to explain in more details what it is like for me to be in a different national organization, what is my experiences from ESN Hungary. And they do also the community meetings within the Czech Republic. It's similar to the ESN international community meetings, but within a national organization. So we could also get inspiration from that. And when I was in ESN Lithuania, they invited the Lithuanian Youth Council, and we could do also something similar in ESN Hungary. And as you could see today from Stefan's energizer, we could also put more energizers in the agenda of an NA. So we could learn so much from different national organizations, and we could implement it all in ESN Hungary. And I would like to encourage you to write your own ESN story. It doesn't matter if you start with a local board position, if you go first to a National Assembly in Sweden or in Spain or in Lithuania, or if you join to an international community where you can work with ESNers from different countries. You can also be a part of a sharing team to learn how to do file sharing, how to do main sharing. You can do a lot of stuff. You can also learn how to hold workshops and reach your full potential. This is my main objective for ESN Hungary. To first represent diversity, to learn from different mindsets, to bring back new initiatives and learn from each other. After that, to do a little bit of structural reform, to try out new things, to explore what is best for our national organization, because all of the national organizations are different, and we can learn what is best for us. We can strengthen cohesion. And last but not least, we can grow together as a network where everybody enjoys volunteering. We could collaborate with institutional partners and develop as a network. And as far as my leadership style is concerned, I would prefer a servant leadership style, which basically means that international students would be the most important in the network, and after that the volunteering, how they could have how the local level volunteers could have international students, and how we, as the national level, if I get elected, could have the local students to achieve their goals, to have the international students. And you may ask how? It's basically a lot of different initiatives that we can try out. We can try out newsletters in the national level. We could try out network calls, which could be an opportunity to engage even beyond the national assemblies. We could restructure the education community. We could try out different communication channels, a WhatsApp group, WhatsApp community, or just send out more emails. I would prefer to work together with the national board to achieve these goals and see how we as individuals can put the most in our positions. And of course, I'm a mobility enthusiast, and I would encourage you to be mobility ambassadors. And last but not least, the most important is to enjoy volunteering, and that we can all do together as a network. And I would like to ask you to trust the process, and let's see how we could continue and achieve this together. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Zita. The question round is open. Yes.
I may be the only deaf one here, but can you give a little volume to the sound system?
Speak closer to the mic, because it's not that sensitive.
Now.
So it breathes into it and it speaks.
Not the volume increase.
The next thing we hear is like,
I think this is okay.
Let's try. Okay, if I talk closer, okay. Thank you. Thank you for the feedback.
Okay, amazing. Thank you for pointing out. And the first question goes to Reka from ESN Depre. Yeah.
There.
Thank you, Zita, for the presentation. I wanted to ask, what exactly do you mean by a structural reform?
Thank you so much for your question. First of all, I was thinking about the national level, first of all. So basically, as you might heard, the national representative position is not very popular in other national organizations. So we could separate it for the vice president for governance, vice president for development. This is one thing that I was thinking about, and also maybe the education committee that we have who helps the president. It could be like a liaison office with different kind of focus points, and we together could achieve different educational goals that the network requires.
Thank you. Next goes to Doka.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I wanted to ask if you had the chance to reach out to the current position holder to talk about the reality of the portfolio and the views what we are working towards the next year.
Thank you so much for your question. No, I haven't reached out to the current position holder, but I reached out to 2 previous position holders about the portfolio, and they helped me a lot to understand what it is like to be in the national president position. And I also read the 3-year strategic, the 3-year plan for ESN Hungary.
Thank you. Let's do the same as last time. Once you see that you're next on the list, just raise your arm and OC will come to you that time. That way we're faster. So next is Nicolette from ESN BME.
So you said a lot of things that could be our plan. What is your exact plan, or what is your approach?
Thank you so much for your question. First, I am aware that this position requires time to understand what the national organization requires. So first, I want to understand what it is like to be in a national board position, what it is like to be to basically talk with different sections, and based on your current feedback. And I know that there will be transition in your local board as well, to understand what it is like, what the whole national organization requires, and after that I would like to design my action plan based on your feedback and based on what the local boards or like the local boards need in ESN Hungary.
You're covered, right? Yes, okay, amazing. Then next goes to Patty, ESN BME. Yes, question?
Is it me? Am I not? No, it's still Patty. I'm sorry, I was just raising my hand so that you can see on the next one, but I'm not. Sorry.
No worries.
It's like a follow-up question or something. Okay. Lovely. So, my question is somewhat related to the online question round. You mentioned that you would like to bring back the section mentoring system where one national board person is responsible for a certain section. In the past, it was sort of given up because it created an environment where that section was only in contact with that one MB person. And so, for example, as a treasurer or for the vice president, basically no one replied from the section because they only talked to that one person in the national board. So the main question would be, how would you ensure that such a system is strengthening the communication instead of weakening it by making it more excluded?
Thank you so much for your question. Honestly, what I was thinking about in the first semester of the mandate, we could try it that all the national board members receive some sections, and then we split it up, and in the next semester we will receive other sections to be buddies, be mentors for their sections, which will enable good communication flow. But if we see that it doesn't work out, then we will create another system which might work out better.
Okay, thank you. I see that there's not a lot more questions coming through. I propose to close the speakers list. Is there any objections?
Yes.
Yes, one. Okay, yeah. Then next one is Andris, ESN Elte.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Zita. You mentioned in your motivational letter that a good example of representation for ESN Hungary would be for us to be present at the Educatio exhibition. Could you elaborate on how you think that is possible? How would you finance it? And what are your plans regarding that?
Thank you so much for your question. When I was Moving Europe coordinator in 2023, my local section, we as a local section went to the Educatio exhibition, where we just approached different stations and we asked for mobility opportunities. It was a great team building event for our section as well, and it was a great opportunity to see what kind of opportunities we have. And my concrete idea for this situation would be to reach out to temples and be there with them. As you mentioned, that having a separate station might require more expenses. So that's why my idea is to join temples if possible and just be there together with them and represent the Hungarian mobility opportunities.
Thank you. Next, Doka, ESN Elte.
National board. Thank you. During your local mandate, there were cases where members who applied for national and international opportunities were not placed on the priority list because of the section leadership did not want them to receive a spot. How would you reflect on your board's decision today, and how would you guarantee equal and fair access to opportunities for all members of the network if elected national presidents?
Sorry, can I ask you to repeat the question?
Yes. During your local mandate, there were cases where members who applied for national and international opportunities were not placed on the priority list because the section leadership did not want them to receive a spot. How do you reflect on these decisions today, from your perspective, and how would you guarantee equal and fair access to opportunities for all members of the network if you get elected national president?
Thank you so much for your question. As far as my mandate in my local board concerned, we made these decisions, or my previous local board made these decisions because they felt that it might not be a good opportunity for those people because they could not represent our section in a way that we would like it to see. And as far as this National Assembly is concerned, we also talked with my national board, and we would like, with my local board, and we would like to see people representing our section in a way that they also understand what's going on, and they also know how to reach out to other members, and it all requires time. So basically our decision was made because of these reasons. And how I would ensure fairness in the national level is to reach out to local boards and ask their reason as well. Why don't you want those people to join to that event? Because I also want to see a lot of people going to different events. But if they have the reason which can be enough, then I would go with that, and I would of course acknowledge it and support the local board with their decision.
Thank you. I again propose to close the speakers list. Is there any objections? No, the speakers list is closed, and the next.
Hello.
The next word goes to Evelyn, ESN Corvinus. Maybe wait a minute. Can you try? Yes? No? So it's this one, no?
Hello. Yeah.
I think it's the battery. Maybe. They told us that.
This one doesn't work at all.
You turn it off.
Oh, did I?
Yes, this is working. Okay, good. I will quickly change the battery in this until.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Zita, for the presentation. Hope you can hear. You said that you rebuilt to the previous presidency, but why did you not reach out to the current one? Are you aware of the current issues and opportunities if you would have the chance to get the position?
Thank you so much for your question. If I get the position, I will definitely reach out to the current president to gain a better overview of how the portfolio looks like right now. But I am aware that the person is currently doing several positions at the same time, and in order to see whether it's
Okay, I will shout.
I think that works. Yeah.
Okay, does it work?
Yes.
Okay. So yes, I am aware that also everybody has a lot of different leadership styles. So I wanted to reach out to a lot of different people, and I would definitely reach out to the current president if I get elected and ask the current situation of the country.
Okay, next, Patty.
Yep, that was me, I think.
Everything is falling apart.
I'm afraid. Can I? May I? Okay, lovely. Okay, so my second question is also somewhat related to a previous one. It's a bit more personal, so I would like to ask you how you've grown in the past year, relating basically how you separate your personal life and personal emotions from professional life and professional tasks. Yeah, generally, like how you improved.
Thank you so much for your question. I could see clear development. I know that there's always a place for improvement, but as I honestly received a lot of support, I think they helped me a lot to see that I'm growing in this position. I'm growing in what I'm doing, and it doesn't matter what it is exactly, but I received a lot of feedback, and they helped me a lot to understand how to differentiate professional life from personal life, and basically that it's always an ongoing journey, and I hope to see even more improvement in the future.
Thank you. Next, Celia is in Mate.
Covered.
Perfect. Thank you a lot. Next, Marcy is in Elte.
Yep. To the current situation, if a similar situation with vacant positions comes up in the future, how do you see yourself taking over maybe multiple positions and multiple tasks and handling your own president tasks and implementing and completing your ideas?
Thank you so much for your question. A similar question was asked in the online question round as well, but I had to answer questions about my commitments and to ensure that basically I'm doing the task which is required for this position. I would ensure that it has a priority, and I would put everything that I could in order to achieve it, which means that if needed, like I could of course take on other tasks and I would reach out to other people to help. If there will be more vacant positions, it also means that I would not reach, of course, all the goals that I wanted to achieve, but it's perfectly fine, and I will just go with the flow and see what's going on.
Thank you, Andres MB.
Actually, firstly, I would like a comment, and then it will be my question to this, because I think that every situation like this, when this happens, is unique, and the fact that we handled it like this, that we took over these parts of other portfolios, was our decision. It's also very important to know what you're applying for, and you know, let's say she gets elected, she applied to be president, not treasurer, not event manager, not whatever else. So it's also very, very important to know your own limits so that you don't burn out, because it's better to, you know, do something well than to do everything poorly. Okay. My question would be, Zita, that I've seen that it's a recurring theme in your answers, in your motivation letter, that you want to be approachable and that the president needs to be approachable. What does approachable mean exactly to you, and how would you make yourself approachable to the sections?
Thank you so much for your question. I was really happy to see that some sections even reached out to me before my like after they saw my application, which already shows that I'm approachable and they dare to ask questions. Being approachable also means that I will answer them as soon as possible, which means within a day, or within 2 days. Let's see how demanding the task is, and also to show basically my interest towards you. That's how I meant I would like to be approachable. I also would like to reach out to you personally, and also to just basically be friends as well, not only having these different level positions, and also to just be kind to each other. I know it might not sound that professional, but this is how I imagine this portfolio as well.
Thank you. And last question goes to Benze ESN Elte.
Thank you for your presentation. And yeah, my question would be connected to you adhering to the 3-year strategy, because like there are some main points in it that would require like much attention, most likely. And how would you fit those main points, like registering other sections as legal entities, next to your reforming plans?
Thank you so much for your question. I would again reach out to those people who have already did it, which means that ESN Page, so Taha, and also Andrej, who have experience in how basically this whole procedure is going. As far as my current section president position concerned, we also need to go through this transition. So if like ESN Szeged starts to go through this transition, I will also gain experience, and this is how I will have other local boards to achieve this goal to be NGOs until the given deadline, which is within the 3-year from last year.
Thank you a lot. Big applause to you. And next, Hannah, it's your turn. You can also take water, drinks, whatever you need.
Oh no. Oh no.
No, no, it's working. Just talk. No?
Oh, come on.
Magic? Okay, it works.
It's
it
not
just
the mic.
always needs you to stand up. So can you,
You
tell
can
me
hold
when
it.
I can start my own timer too? For me to see the same time as you have?
The
Because
moment
I
you
want to
start
see my
talking.
time. What?
The moment you start talking, you can put on timer.
Yep.
everybody.
We're waiting for Kinga.
Oh, but I can still say hello.
Say some jokes.
Stop the timer.
I'm a bad joker. Actually. I think I'm a funny person, but I'm a bad joker.
Okay, she's here.
You can start.
Okay, so hello everyone. I am applying for Vice President's position for the next mandate of 2026 and 2027. If you don't know me, because you're new here, I am Hannah and I am 23 years old. I am in ESN for 3.5 years now. I forgot to put it there, but my home section is ESN Elte. And I am studying to be a special needs educator. That's why I was late, because I was teaching yesterday. You will always catch me talking about food or eating, so this is basically my personality. And I am a designated mom of the group always. A little bit about my ESN journey. I became a mentor in 2022 October, and since then, I spent 2 years only being a mentor, and since 2024 I have 2 positions at the same time, because why not? I am a faculty coordinator at ALTA, and I am the National Network Care Coordinator. It's going well, I think. Yes, I was also part a little bit of the event working group, and I attended a couple of events like Zeb Brno and Zeb Budapest, as we'll see now. Section trainings, as organizing committee. I forgot to speak, please excuse me. Yes, Christmas galas and section visits, and hopefully many more, but the next big one for me is my first time going to EGM. This is some pictures from my journey. This is from the past 2 years, or yeah, I think 2 years, from the events that I told you. Amazing. And a little bit about my plans, because those are more important. So I have 4 pillars of what I built up, and you can see them here more in detail. So first, well-being and support. I have 3 ideas. No, I have more ideas, yes. So I have a couple of ideas. First, the mental health questionnaire that we did with Dorka in the past, but I would like to build it up a bit, not differently, but structure it a bit better, in a way that I would always send it out once in a semester, so twice a year, in October and in March, because those are the times when the first very busy weeks went down from all the sections and everything. The welcome weeks and everything, yes, it will go out for the section boards. We would analyze and summarize the results and consult with the local boards, and try to connect the local boards in the similar areas if there are some things that needs help or support from other boards where it works better, for example, a topic. Yes, and then a best practice share calling after this with the local boards and the national board. It would be together with all the local boards, so not separately. And I would ask them to bring a good initiative or an internal good practice or one thing that worked well in the past semester, and to share them with everyone, and then it would be collected in a best practice toolkit. Yes, I can tell you more about it, but I don't have a lot of time and I have a lot of things to tell you. So, support platform. It would be a new thing, because the other things are, well, sorry. So, let me just continue. It's going to be a new thing. It would be first mainly for local boards, and a possibility to reach out, in my opinion. It should go to me or the network coordinator, or the both of us, but you could reach out with any kind of problems as a local board member, with your mental health problems, high workload problems, or your internal conflicts, or any support advice. You can submit it anonymously or with your name. It depends on your preference, and you can ask us to reach out to you or your board, and we can have a discussion on how it could get better. Yes, and then with the one-on-one VP check-in, I imagine it as it would go every 3 months, so quarterly individual check-ins, 30-minute meetings focusing on how they are doing in the role, their workload and their challenges, and if they need any kind of support. And I will share the availability month before to be able to completely have the dates, figured out and not be in a hurry on when to do these check-ins. Okay, so next pillar is communication and transparency. I would like to, like before, send out the update emails, but also give you guys the opportunity to have open feedback for that. As before, it will go out monthly with the NB updates and with the national level and the NB meeting minutes. I was also thinking of maybe sending out the updates of the national level as well, as in everyone working there, but I think that would be a separate email because it will go very, very long if it's in one email and you will not read it, Yes, so at the end it would be an opportunity to send back questions, concerns, any type of feedback, and this would specifically go to the network care coordinator, because if you also have any type of objections or feedback or question or concern to my job as well, I think it's important to give you the opportunity to be brave to send it in, because it's not going to be me handling it, it would be the network care coordinator, and then they can reach out to us that, hey, okay, there was this problem and we should talk about this, and then we would collect this and talk about it with the national board, collect our answers, and then send it out in an answer in an email thread to everyone in the mailing list to see that we are taking care of your concerns as well. Okay, next one is community and collaboration. Yes, we already have the section visits, and I would like to have like a shared calendar or something like that if the event manager manages to do that as like an extra slide next to it, or if not that one, then at least maybe shared only with the local boards and with the NB, where you can put all your internal events, where we could go and see you, how you work, what you would like to show us. And I would like to share firstly because it's in my portfolio and the network coordinator's portfolio, to share our availability, and we could arrange it a few weeks or months in advance, for example. And then we could make sure that we can really go to your section and visit you. Body system would stay the same, pair up sections in each semester, but I would like to give a few like extra bullet points that, okay, this is also a thing that you could do, and it would add to your collaboration, and you can put it up in the best section collaboration award, and then maybe you can win it if you do everything. So section care recognition, like it should be like an inside the section, showcasing what they have been working on. This would work together with the communication manager, and I think, like in my idea, it was like 3 question-based templates sending out to them, and then we could share it on Instagram or in the newsletter and give them like a hello, this is our section, and see everything. Yes, okay. So the capacity building and knowledge sharing, it would be monthly VP meetings agreed upon for the next 3 months, so it would be visible when it's there, 60 minutes, and I would like to have an in-person meeting in the beginning of the semester. And then we would, first meeting would be get to know each other, and then a needs assessment, and based on that it would be building up the topics of what do we talk about at the VP meetings. Then section training, I would like to have fixed dates in a few months advance with the event manager's help, and it would go as before with needs and interest assessment, and I would like to have international trainers because I think it adds to it. We would have longer application deadlines, stricter payment deadlines, stricter cancellation policy, and stronger commitment, hopefully. And then last thing, with the section questionnaire, because that is mandatory for the international level, I would like to help as much as possible and remind about its importance. And then I would like to have this exit questionnaire interview, like why do you leave, what changed, what happened, and build it up within the local board members first, why they left, what happened, and then maybe build it up as a tool and then give it to the local boards, and then they will be able to use it as their own volunteers, why they leave and everything. And lastly, the knowledge transfer support. I would like to have to create here again like a toolkit to have calls with the local boards when before their transition with the outgoing and the incoming local boards and the NB, and create a transition template basically with the key responsibilities, the important contexts, and basically just the important information that they need, and then it can be handled carefully, and then it would help for the next local board. And thank you, and I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you a lot. There is already the first question. One minute break, please. Okay, I give the word to Norbert, ESN BME.
Thank you, Hanna, for your presentation. I really liked it. Question regarding the section trainings, and like in connection with that, how would you utilize the Hungarian educator pool? Because like I've seen that there are international trainers always in the past, like we are people in the educate. How would you utilize us?
Yes, thank you, Norby. There was a similar question about this from Shari already at my question round.
Yes, I can see it. So it was already covered. I would ask you to go there and read it there.
Oh, so it was too similar?
It's very similar,
okay.
Yeah.
Then I will share my answers in more detail later with you.
Thank you. Because we are tight on time, I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm sorry too.
Next goes to Doka from NB.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much for your presentation. My first question to you would be that, from your perspective, what is currently the biggest challenge of the sections in our network? And what concrete steps would you take as the next vice president to help the sections overcome it?
I think the biggest problem for example, for the struggling sections is to keep the volunteers. I think with that, we could try to have, as in the past, the info nights, and then just try to go to events as much as possible and try to help them show what ESN is and why is it good to join. But for biggest sections, well, I don't know yet, but I will figure it out.
Okay, thank you. Next goes to Zita Isen-Seget.
Thank you so much for your presentation. You mentioned a lot of ideas, a lot of plans that you want to implement during your mandate. What would be your 3 priorities in the beginning of your mandate?
Thank you, Zita. I think my biggest priority would be, do I have to say 3? Okay. So my biggest one would be the mental health questionnaire, because I think that's very, very important to continue with it and improve it as well. My second one would be the transparency part with all our updates and what do we do, I think. And my third one would be, I think the section training in a way to have a lot of volunteers and make them more more motivated. Sorry, I'm forgetting words. I cannot speak today. So to make them more motivated to, for example, go to local boards, because sometimes we are missing positions, and I think that's very, very important to show them that they have opportunities where they can go, not only being a mentor. I think this is my three big ones.
Okay, I see there's not a lot of more questions coming in, so I propose to close the speakers list. Is there any objections? No. So the speakers list is closed, and next it goes to Doka and me.
And my second question would be, you kind of partially covered, but I have it as my question, so I'm going to ask it still. In the past, we have seen some struggling sections who are struggling with continuity at times to being completely inactive and almost getting kicked out of the network. How would you approach supporting these sections in this situation, and what preventive measures would you introduce to strengthen their long-term stability?
Very good question. I know that working together with the sections is in my portfolio, but I think it's also important to see what is the main thing that they are struggling with, what is the reason, what is missing from there. Is it the volunteers? Is it the manpower? Is it I don't know, is it the university? Is it funding? Is it anything else? And I think firstly, I would like to collect it, why there is the problem, and then go from there. And then get help from my own NB if it comes to maybe the funding part, because I don't know how to deal with those. So, but first for that we need a treasurer, so please apply. Yeah, I think I would collect why, the reason first, and go from there.
Thank you. Next, Aaron, ESN Szeged.
Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned you will teach children with special needs, which is a very, such a thing that you have to put your whole heart to. And my question is, are you not scared that one thing very close to your heart will overshadow another thing very close to your heart?
Very good question, and my answer very, very shortly is no, because since I started ESN, it grew to be as much important for me, just like my field as teaching, and right now I feel like that I could not exist with any of them. So right now I think these two things is me, what I do and what I do in ESN, and without any of them, it would not be me right now.
Okay, and the last question from Benza, ESN Elte.
Thank you, Hanna, for your presentation. So my question would be in regards of the mental health questionnaire. My question is that what would be the follow-up? So it would be like a report on the answers that you got, or if there's some, I don't know, like really negative feedback from somewhere, then you would also reach out to those sections, or like generally that's my question.
Okay. So I can right now speak from experience, how we did in the past and how I would like to continue to deal with it. So we collect the answers. So we send out, I think it was a Google form. We collect the answers, and then we, together with the network coordinator, we analyze it, and then we write a report. We send you out the report to revise it beforehand, and we would ask you to have a meeting with us together with the whole local board, with the whole section board, together with, I did not think it through if it would only be me and the coordinator, or it would be my whole board, but I think it also depends on the situation, how big of a problems there are, I think. But it would be a meeting then, and then from the meeting, we would like to share like the bullet points and build on it, how you could improve it, give you some like bullet points, how it could get better, and then the idea was behind that if you have some things where you miss some strength, then maybe we could connect you with another section where it is more strength there on that area, and then you could just try to share as the best of your knowledge things with each other, and then also collaborate on that. And yeah, it's already, I think, builds a closer relationship with the sections.
Thank you. Amazing. So the question round is done. Thank you a lot. Big applause. Now it's time for the most important part of the day, which is the coffee. Your break will be prolonged according to the time that we're delayed, which is 5 minutes. So we meet again here at 11:20. Please be very, 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 very on time. there will be an envelope with names on it, like not one with multiple, but for each person there's an envelope. There will be post-its. You can write something nice for the person, some message, something you want to give the person on the way. For me personally, myself, you can also write something that you want to have differently in the future as a main chair, something that you discovered, but also maybe something nice. Does not matter, and that's basically just a nice goodie on the way, so that we remember each other and we remember the nice time. Besides that, in the last or after the last discussion round, I forgot to mention that this is of course secret discussion, so whatever we talk about in this room stays in this room, I hope. I mean, we're familiar with it, but just to mention it another time. And now we have to do another quorum check, as I believe. Therefore, we have a question. Which is being clever more important than being strong in the games? There's 3 possibilities to answer. I will just say your section name and you shout out what you think, okay? That's how we do it now. Okay. ESN BME. Yes. ESN Corvinus. Yes. ESN Debrecen. And please also hold up your voting device. Thank you. ESN Elten. Yes. ESN Esterhazy. ESN Lutsch. Yes. ESN Marte. Yes. ESN Mischkolz. Yes. ESN Obuda University. Yes. Perfect. ESN Pech. Yes. ESN Semmelweis. Yes. And ESN Szeged. Yes. Thank you. Quorum is reached, we can continue. And the next point on our program is the national representative candidate presentation by Benze. Same rules for you as for the others. There is your mental health table where you can put whatever you want to put. Domi already left the room, so we are safe from him. He will not attack us. I'm kidding. Yeah. And once you're ready to start, we will start the timer. You don't have a mic. We will give you a mic here. Thank you. Welcome. Presentation is? It would be nice to.
Yes, just a second. Just a second. Joo, perkele.
Okay. I will put my timer out. So, dear National Assembly, I would like to welcome you to my national representative presentation for the next mandate of 2026-2027. So, many of you might not know me, but I will start with that, so you will get to know me a bit better through this slide. I am 22 currently. Some fun facts about me that I actually also studied in the University of Szeged before I came to ELTA. Yet I switched, so now I'm studying psychology. I will finish my bachelor's in this semester, hopefully, and during or between is a turning point that actually led me here into ESN, because I was an ESC, a European Solidarity Corps volunteer in Estonia, almost for a year, and that actually introduced me to Erasmus Plus opportunities and the world of ESN as well. So as I returned from my volunteering, I instantly joined in the first week of university at ELTA. And I'm also a volleyball and a reading lover. My ESN journey, so as I said, I joined after I came back from Estonia. In that semester I became a local mentor, and I am being one since, so I'm mentoring. Yet my main part was in event organizing. So far I did contribute to more than 100 events happening as a main organizer or as part or co-organizer. And in the last year, I also became part of the local board and event manager, which also strengthens this side of my skills, as I am handling the event working group, which consists about 30 to 40 members as of now. And we did cover a really good semester with around 60 events completed in the autumn semester. I was also main OC in some bigger events, such as the Mentor Camp, and currently trying to establish a framework with the university to have a freshman camp for years together with the university and other stakeholders there. On the national level, I am here for my fifth time, including today. Yet I also was included and part of many information and trying to get to know better the whole network. So I'm closely following what is happening in the national board or internationally. So yeah, some of my main plans. I will cover 2 of them shortly here and 3 of them later in more detail. So one that I won't talk a lot about because I partly answered them in my question round was that I have the idea to also have some more knowledge transfer with NGOs that are our partners. That would mean that some of them, such as Egyesek, they are hosting a lot of workshops and training opportunities, which could be really useful for us ESNers as well, as we are also making workshops to each other in Educate or other communities, yet that knowledge brought from the other NGOs that are actually close to us and we are in connection with them could be really essential and useful for us. Another part that I will just shortly cover is the newsletter development. I would like to add more practical or kind of good to know part into it, but I think it's really good as it is now, but it would be nice to also have some parts that are practical and could be put into use, and with us develop the sections capabilities in their work. And let's go to the first one. It's tools and info kits for sections. Of course, some of these plans would include other position holders as well, like the vice president and probably in some cases the president. So of course I would like to include them in these processes. But I also think that it's really important to ask first the sections, like what kind of info kits or what kind of help would be needed to help their representation as well. So that would be the first step in this case. And I would like to also include the International Affairs Committee and the International Projects Coordinator in these projects. So in that case, we would have a great team, and that team could develop such toolkits that would enhance the work of the sections. It could be some ESN grants, some smaller ones, or bigger ones, depending if your section is able to have them, or mobility opportunities that I also talked in my question round, and other kind of frameworks that would help in the governance part of your sections. Yeah, the second part, it's consultation hours, as I named it. It would mostly include some help from directly from me if the sections need it. So you could book appointments with me, and probably also other members of the national level, maybe the legal auditor if we elect one, and it would be an occasion for advocacy and for topics like advocacy or enhancing some kind of enhancing the relationship with the IROs and the stakeholders of the university. So like those parts that are falling under the portfolio of the national representative. Yeah, and the third one that I find quite important in my application is that we have the ESN survey raw data, yet if it would be analyzed, it would be a really good tool also to use with the IROs and for other stakeholders, because it would place us and help us to get into a position that is being recognized by others. By that I mean also the ministry, also the Tempus Foundation, other external stakeholders, and it would help us if we establish a working group or I've suggested a working group. If we analyze them in that sense, then it could lead us into a better position to negotiate about our needs, because they would see that we are capable of actually coming up with our own plan and overview of the situation of the mobility mostly. Yeah, some of my other plans that I also find important to establish into my mandate are to be a diligent delegation leader, leading at CEP and EGM, as it has been the way since the national representatives are working. Also have evolving relations and broadening the range or the web of our web of relations with NGOs mostly. I would like to, as I said, include some new parts into the newsletter, so it would also be a really useful tool. And we could even share it with other organizations, because if we had really important parts that could be practical, that could be about mobility or other parts, it would be it could be a useful tool in that sense. I would also like to broaden, as I said in one of the parts, the tasks of the International Affairs Committee and the International Projects Coordinator. And with that, giving them more space and more tasks that would enable them as well to evolve these roles, because some of them were introduced just a few years ago and they are not fully established in that sense. And of course, I would like to work together with the board in an environment that would enable the sections to gain more knowledge about what is happening in the international field, as it is also one of the main tasks of the NR, and help you to gain your best form as you can in your organizations. And I am not promising to change the world yet. I think if we are just evolving what we have now, that would bring us to a better 2027, 2028 mandate. And that was me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. You already received a lot of nice questions. So, first question goes to Kinga.
Would you like them to
thank
write
you
the
very much
question
for
in
your
the
presentation,
NR as well?
Bence. First, I
Because
want to
it's kind of
refer
pointless,
to
like, why they're
the,
not
it will be a
writing,
follow-up to the
because we're
online
streaming
question
it.
round. So, in your answer to my question about representation, you mentioned a lot the importance of trustworthiness and the connection with sections to actually represent them in a good way. And that's really good, but I would like to ask you, how would you approach representation when it comes to international events? How would you connect with internationals? And within a bunch of ESNers from all around the world, what does it mean to you to represent ESN Hungary specifically?
Thank you, Kinga, for your question. I would say, I'm not that experienced in some of the, I haven't really been to many international opportunities inside of ESN, yet the ones that I've been, I would also take the same kind of direction, which would mean that I would I would be first curious, try to get to know the people and actually map out who is who, who can I, who should I maybe talk with, depending on the objectives that we have for that time. So tactically also answering the second part of your question, what it means to me to represent ESN Hungary. I would say, like first, I would like to get to know better the section's needs and their current situations, and through that, I would, as I said, try to find some ways and connection points in those international events to try to get more information or some useful connections in that sense.
Thank you a lot. Another question from Kinga.
Okay, that's just a short one, but I'm wondering from your 1 year volunteering, which was different than ESN volunteering, is there something about like the mentality of volunteering there that you would like that you would give to, so like how do you say that you would approach in your position differently, like that's different than the ESN volunteering and that you would bring to the table. Is that clear?
Yeah, I mean, that opportunity is a bit, or not a bit, like quite different, but it has like more people involved from, like I mean by that there's like a sending organization, a receiving organization, and the volunteers work within this framework, which means that they are in constant contact with their like buddy, their tutor, and also with these organizations. And this, I guess, taught me in that time that if you have an environment that can support you from different directions, like I would bring something like that into ESN, that you can also turn, like I would also like to be a point like this, a point of contact who can help and support people if they need me in my field or my expertise, as I was also supported by my tutor in work-related things and my buddy in not work-related things.
Thank you. Next question goes to Andres.
Sorry, I'm consulting with the OC on some things. Okay, hi. Thank you for your presentation. My question is, as you know, the national representative is responsible for new sections, establishing new sections. What is your view on the enlargement or expansion strategy of ESN Hungary? Do you think that the amount of sections currently is sustainable? Would you work on expanding the network? And if yes, I mean, obviously, if you get elected, you will be transitioned into the ongoing negotiations. So I'm not asking you to tell me like which units you want in the network, just in general, like what's your vision regarding this?
Thank you for the question. I guess I would say that in this process that we are in, which started with the ESN page now, that the sections are getting to be an NGO, like legally registered. Maybe next to having this process, it's not the easiest to also expand the structure that we have now. Yet, if there are really interested candidate sections, maybe implementing one or two, or trying to focus on the ones that are more, that are looking towards actually having the potential to become these sections. I would like to also keep them in mind. Yet I think that now it's better if we are trying to focus on the stabilization of the current sections.
Thank you. As there is already a huge amount of questions written, I propose to close the speakers list. Is there any objections? One objection, yes. Okay. Then next question comes from Kinga.
My next question would be about the toolkit, and I see that also Taha asked that. I'm very happy about that. How would you ensure it's well implemented and also well promoted and actually usable for the section?
I mean, I would also, of course, include the communication manager and the HUNCOM in designing it to make it neat and actually not like understandable way in these toolkits. But what I would also include, and I answered it in one of my questions, I would also like to include some NGOs that have some expertise in, for example, let's talk about mobility guide. Like some NGOs have wide expertise in such regards, So maybe also including them in this process, and also sending out to the IROs of the sections and the universities would also enhance its outreach, in my opinion.
Thank you. Another question from Kinga.
I cannot promise that it's the last one, but I will try. So you talked about newsletter development. I would like to have some more specific information, but especially about how you imagine the task distribution when it comes to the newsletter within the order.
Okay, thank you for the question. I am not pretty sure of this task distribution part yet. It also depends on the future board, like how many people do we have? Do we have a full board? And do we have the superstructures and the coordinators also filled in? And that would also decide if the International Affairs Committee has capacity to help me in these regards. Yet it also depends on the practical part, because maybe the education officer could help, as my idea in this practical part of the newsletter was to include some educational parts that are useful for section functioning. I mean by that, like some I don't know, like financial guides or some IT guides for sections that don't have an established web page, or they would like to improve in that sense. So yes.
Thank you a lot. Next question. No, I saw Aaron typed. Okay, I propose again to close the speakers list. Any objections? Yes, okay. Okay, now mic goes to Norbert from ESN EME.
Hello, Bent. Thank you for your thank you for your presentation. So now, okay, good. So thank you for your presentation. The question is that you mentioned in the presentation that you want to broaden the tasks of the INCOM and also like the work of the International Project Coordinator. What are these tasks? What you think to add to these?
Thank you for the question. Like one part, partly, as I talked about in the previous question, I would include them more in making these kind of toolkits that we could do in the topics that are assessed before and needed by the sections. So like one part would be that in my opinion. And that's mostly it by now in my plans.
Thank you. Next on the list is Aaron, ESN Hungary University.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. As I seen that you haven't, or I suppose that you haven't had a closer collaboration or contact with the national level itself, or like being a coordinator, being part of a superstructure. So my question would be, why is this sudden application? Maybe why not? Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the question, Aaron. I mean, I wouldn't say that I wasn't that much involved as being a position holder in the national level. That's also partly because of my current mandate as an event manager, which in the current state of ESN as a structure puts a lot of burden, and not burden, but many tasks on me. And that's also one reason why I sometimes deliberately rejected myself into going to some international events, because I know that my section also needs me now. And that's partly in the last year that I didn't really do much in the national level, but I had the plans to do that. And I would also like to say that I know many people from the national level, and I try to follow what they are doing personally and of course professionally. And mainly that's the reason that I'm in my mandate as well right now.
Thank you. I again propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? No. The speakers list is closed. The next question comes from Andrzej in B. Covered. Thank you a lot. Next question from Taha Yesentesh.
Yeah.
Tyson Page. You keep mentioning toolkits, you keep mentioning that, but do you have any outline or draft or an idea of what a toolkit should be and what should it cover and how can it be implemented in the NR, in the MB and towards the sections? What do you mean by toolkits?
Like one of the examples was covered partly in my question round. It would be about, for example, mobility, like mapping out the various mobility types that Erasmus Plus has, or for example, because we are mostly focusing on the semester-long or 2-semester-long credit mobilities, or also the Pannonia project, yet we are not focusing that much on like such as that I did, the volunteering, the Solidarity Corps volunteering, or shorter work camps, or there are also some other parts that could be covered in these toolkits, or if there will be new NGO sections established, we would also need to know how to work actually based on the Hungarian law, like financially, and that, for example, would be a good financial guide covering it.
Second question or comment?
Follow.
Okay.
So again, this is guides. These are guides, they're not toolkits. Do you have any websites in mind? Do you have any applications you would like to use? Would you be working with the webmaster, for example, to develop something that could be acting as a toolkit rather than a guide itself?
Okay, yeah, thank you for the clarification. I understand it better. Yeah, it was also in the presentation that there are many cool and useful such actually tools in the ESN wiki, and even we could use some of those and not make new ones, yet in the IT part, that's great to consider to also include the VPA in that work.
Thank you. Next question again from Taha.
Yeah, following up on what Norby mentioned about the INTCOM and the International Projects Coordinator, because the International Projects Coordinator as of now is a bit all over the place. So how would you, let's say, narrow down I mean, you obviously want to help to add them to your team, you want to make it better, but how would you narrow down the tasks? How would you clarify what the International Projects Coordinator can do exactly? Because one time they could be your substitute, another time they could be running for projects, but how would you narrow it down? Like, how would you direct them?
Okay, my direction would be kind of that coordinator focusing on the projects and not acting as a substitute. That would be, in my opinion, if we can fill up the coordinator positions and the superstructures, the task or the task of the International Affairs Committee. So I would like to direct the coordinator into implementing and helping what you have also been doing, like helping with, for example, social impact days, or helping out with how to register to grants. So I would take that direction in that sense.
Thank you. Next question from Petty, ESN BME.
Yeah, well, this is the one where I have to hold it pretty close. So this question is usually asked at the very beginning. I was just too slow, I'm sorry. I wanted to ask you about how you prepared for this presentation, whether you contacted previous NRs and the usual.
Yes, I did contact the previous NR, Kinga, and I asked her questions, and we had like, sorry? Yeah, sorry.
She's not gone yet.
Thank you for the correction, the current NR, and we had discussions with her about what is the current state and the current projects and the realities of INTCOM, also the International Projects Coordinator, and herself in her mandate.
Thank you. Another question from Taha, ESN Page.
Yeah. As an International Projects Coordinator, so do you have any projects in mind besides Speak Out, besides Social Impact Days, besides EGM set? Do you have any other projects in mind that you would implement with the help of the events manager that you would like to see, for example, the International Projects Coordinator take charge of or implement? Is there any new ideas you have in mind?
Yes, thank you for the question. I have one. It would be also kind of a knowledge sharing fair, including NGOs that are in this field, mostly in the training field. Also it might not be like that well known, but the Tempus Foundation is also hosting the Salto project, which is focused on this part, and I was on some events hosted by them, and they have like a quite big pool of these trainers, and including them would be, I guess, a really great event for ESN Hungary, for ourselves, the volunteers, and also including maybe other students from our universities.
Thank you a lot. Comment from Andres?
Can I get your mic for a second? Yeah, ooh, this is the good one, sorry. Just a quick comment that for you to understand that in a lot of cases with big projects, it's not, usually the people who apply for it and the people who implement it are not the same, because these projects are running for 2.5, 3 years and so on. So for example, we are now applying for a project which you don't know about yet, but the next board and the board after that will implement it. So that's just for you to get some context for this question, is that in a lot of times, it was the same with me. I entered my mandate and I was told that I need to implement Speak Out. And then Kinga was NR, and then I told her, now you need to continue implementing Speak Out, because the board before us applied for it. So it's like, you know, this is the logic.
Thank you. And last question from Aaron, ESN University.
My question would be that I hope that this wasn't asked before. That I saw that in the presentation that you will make your action plan as the sections assessment requires that. Why not making the assessment before this presentation? Like when you planning the candidacy, you ask around the sections. If you get elected, you get straight to the point. For your application, it gets stronger. And if you are not getting elected, you are at least at very in the depth of the I cannot English. Deep on the understanding what's needs of the section. So.
Okay, I guess. Thank you for the question. I guess I know what you wanted to say with this. Yeah, that for next time it would be a great addition that I also do the research before my application, but also the mandate will start in July, so I will have, if I'm being elected, I would have some time until the mandate starts actually to really prepare for this whole role, but yeah, thank you.
And another comment from Andres.
Just a quick comment that candidates are not required to present an action plan, because that comes after they get elected, so it's not something that we should expect.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Benza.
Applause.
And the procedural is the same with the OC?
So, we would like to have a procedural. We would like to propose a change in the agenda, which would be to move the national representative open discussion after the next presentation and question round, so before the coffee break. And the reasoning behind that is that the OC has informed us that they will not be ready with the coffee break by the original time. So.
Okay. Someone texted me already, and I need the scrutinizers here. This time you will count alone, because I cannot. Good.
This is not a break. Where are you going?
Comment, Aaron.
Can you visualize the changes?
Okay, we will write it down, yes.
Can you show on the screen the agenda?
I will explain it to you in a visual way. So, here we have national representative open discussion, right? Here is our coffee break with photo time. Unfortunately, if everything goes by plan, we will be ready for the coffee in 20 minutes, right? But in 20 minutes, the OC will not be ready. So therefore, we need to place something here. And as you can see from here, the smartest would be, or the only option basically, to take the national representative open discussion and place it here. So it will be here before the coffee break. Everything else will just move with the line. That's it. So everything else will stick the same. We will end at the same time in the end of the day. That's it. So, question would be, do you want to move the national representative open discussion before the coffee break and photo time today? If you vote for yes, please now raise your voting device.
Counted 12.
But it's good, no?
Okay, 12 is good. I like 12.
Okay. Just for the fun of it, someone no, someone abstain. Okay, the change is accepted and we will place it into the agenda. Domi already arrived. Amazing. Another reminder, while Domi presents, you can already put your questions into the DNA app, right? And once you're ready, Domi, you have the word.
Yes.
Can you hear? Oh, okay. So, hello everyone. My name is Dominic György-Szabo, and this is my application for national representative for the 2026-2027 mandate. So, a little bit about me. I'm 25 years old. I studied originally finance. I currently work in hospitality. I'm a bar manager. This is my 5th year in ESN, and my home section is ESN Alter. I am usually the life of the party, always open for a chat, but I take ESN very seriously. So far my journey in ESN, I joined in 2021 and became an active volunteer next year. In the 2023-2024 mandate, I became the national event coordinator of ESN Hungary, where I learned lots about ESN and generally the national level. I had my own projects and I tried to create collaborations with other countries, but unfortunately did not happen. After that, I went back to the local level and I became the president of ESN Alta for 1.5 years, where I learned how to manage people, also how to talk to stakeholders and how to represent a section and learn about generally how section work. And I was involved in a lot of projects and trips, and out of that came one of my biggest achievements, I would say, organizing the Central European Platform Budapest this year. I think it's very relevant for the position because I know how an international event works and I also know what kind of communication the OC and the delegation leaders have. So I think it taught me a lot and also gave me a lot of connections to other regions and other countries. In generally international representation, I attended all of the major ESN events that you need to attend. I've been EGM, I've been on TAPS, multiple ones, multiple analysis and multiple international events. I think it's great because it gives me general idea of what I can give information to other people about what international representation is about. And not lastly, I represented ESN Hungary in a lot of these events. Oh, wrong direction, sorry. So my vision, I want to help build a strong and united, recognizable ESN Hungary. And the first step of it would be a strong international representation. Obviously, it starts with delegation leading. I have extensive knowledge in bigger ESN events, so I know how it works. I can give concrete and lots of information about it to everyone. I think I also have the charisma to lead a delegation, and I'm not afraid to ask questions in places where it needs to be asked. And also I can raise Hungarian concerns on international events, as Andris and Kinga did before when we had issues. So I would like to, the next step is stronger involvement in ESN projects. I would like to encourage local sections to be more involved into bigger ESN projects. For instance, International Erasmus Games, what generally was implemented in a lot of countries, but it should have a local level where you basically select the teams what goes to international events, and for that the local sections needs to join into that initiative. I would like to proactively follow up on this so we can implement it as soon as possible, and it would put Hungary on a map in a bigger way than before. I would like to have more focus on representation within ESN, because I think our outreach towards outside is very good already, but I would like to have better collaboration within the network. I think it's a great first step to have cooperation with Romania in an event. It's a very good first step, but I would like to reach out to our buddy country, ESN Croatia, and not like lastly they are organizing the next EGM, so they have a lot of knowledge about a lot of events. So I think it would be a great first step to start putting Hungary in a better position in the international sphere. And also most likely I would like to just generally create a deeper collaboration in the CEP countries. I think we already had quite good connections as we had projects with ESN Poland before, as we applied the V4 grants together, and the key action, I'm not sure which one was it exactly, but Visegrad, yes. And I think that's a good initiative, and I think in the future we should continue these kind of collaborations, because it strengthens not only our NO but also the region. Next up is legal stability and helping sections. I know it's not exactly the national representative portfolio that much, but since the national representative has to onboard new sections, if we have any, the process is part also the legal part, what I would like to take part in, and not lastly, it's the 3 years plan, one of the biggest points to have every section legally, to have a legal entity by 2028. I would like to support this motion. Not only that, but I would like to look into other options for section, what is not possible to set up a legal body. Currently we have one section what has a different solution for this, it's ESN Debrecen. We will need to look into that, how it exactly works, and see if other sections maybe can do the same, because not every section is maybe possible to have a legal entity. I would like to contact the IB about it, what's possible, what's not, but every section is unique, so I think each section requires different kind of guy. So, on to the next topic, I would like to continue the ESN ambassadors, and I guess after it started, continue it. I really like the initiative. I think it would be good if we start onboarding new sections, but I would like to change that a little bit, but not only for outside, but inside in the organization already would happen, that more established section would have the struggling section with their advice, because I think some section has more resources than others, and it would be great to divide it evenly. With their help, maybe struggling section could move on, because also the national board has a capacity, so it would be better for everyone, and it would create, I think, better collaboration generally. Also, obviously, I would like to continue reaching out to new sections. I think these possibilities, Kinga is doing it amazingly already with the 5 universities that currently in talks, but I would like to reach out to more and also see where this leads. And so where we focus on building, I mean by that is to create sections that actually can stand on their own feet and can create a stronger ESN Hungary with that. So national image and advocacy. National advocacy. I would like to put position into ESN Hungary, where is the face of the student mobility in Hungary, not only Erasmus+, but the other mobilities as well. I think we did a great first step with already talking with the MEPs, and these guys represented ESN Hungary amazingly, and I think it makes us in a position where we are quite unique. So I would like to continue cooperating with the MEPs. I would like to continue advocating for student mobility in Hungary in every way possible. Stakeholder relations. I would like to continue the good relationship with Jeff. I think we already have a very established relationship with them. As Kinga mentioned it already in her update, I would like to invite them also to NAs and make it, I can't find the correct word for it. It's just a general practice to have them on each other's NAs. Explore new national connections, what I mean like organizations. In my head, I had ISAC as the first thing to come because they have similar area where they work in. I know it's not exactly Erasmus, but it's also a kind of mobility for internships. So I think they would be a good partner to have. And I really would like to send a cooperation with universities. I really like the notion with the previous National Assembly that we had the IROs come to national assemblies, and I would like to keep inviting them because I think, gives a general idea how serious ESN can be if we want to be, and how well we represent Erasmus and how much work we do. And also they can provide us with their own perspective of what kind of projects and what kind of type of help we can give them and they can give us. I would like to clear up the NR portfolio. I think it was people talk about it a lot already, this and now, of the national representative role is kind of uncertain of which areas it should be generally. So with Kinga's help, I would like to clear that up this year to have a properly defined role in ESN Hungary and not to overlap any other position or not this much that is currently doing. And not least, a more united network. I know it's kind of funny coming from me, but less drama, more unity. I would like to build a culture of cooperation and not rivalry. And how we do that is remember that we are a student organization. I know we came a long way and we did a lot of important stuff, but we don't need to forget that we are students after all, and we are here to learn and we are here to improve. So how do we achieve that? It's transparent communication. I would like to continue the newsletter. I think it's a very good notion again, because it's another outreach from the national board that they can provide information on everything. I would like to ask the section if it's useful and what information it's missing. Obviously, it's a two-way communication, so we need to know what you guys need from us, because we can only provide it if you let us know. And internal representation, actually, I got discussion in the question round what kind of made me think about that national representative, not just an outside role, but an inside role in ESN Hungary. And I would like to give more guidance to the sections about what kind of international opportunities they have and how they can prosper in these areas. And I would like to include them into more international projects, but I think I already said this. So, why me? I'm truly passionate about ESN and ESN Hungary. You guys know how much I live and die for this organization. I think in the past couple of years, I grew a lot as a position holder. I learned a lot about not only the position and ESN itself, but also about myself or how I can handle myself better. Obviously, everyone makes mistakes, so do I. I try to reflect on them the best I can, and believe I can support ESN Hungary in the best way in the national representative position, and I am very motivated. So, thank you very much, and looking forward to your question.
Thank you. First question from Kinga and Yi.
Okay, thank you very much, Domi, for your presentation. I will start with the easiest question. So you've been head of OC at CEP, and you mentioned that you've seen the work of delegation leaders. And from what you've seen, what would you say is the most difficult thing for the delegation leaders? And I would also have the second part is, are you good with deadlines? Because that's very important for a delegation leader.
So what's the most important task of the delegation leader? I think it's to continuously inform the people who is in the delegation about every changes, because in these events there is quite a lot of change, as we had also in our tab, and it's quite important to be on meetings and just generally continuously communicate with the delegation and just inform them about all of the changes. With deadlines, I think I am adequate. I wouldn't say I am the best always, but I try to strive for it. And in the end, I always manage to do it at the end. So I think I can finish deadlines generally well.
Thank you. Another question from Kinga.
Okay, so this question would be a follow-up to one of your answers in the NA app. It was Mira's question about the newsletter, and I really liked your answer overall. And you mentioned surveys to send out to sections to know their need within the. But how would you ensure that these surveys will actually be filled out, because they always have a lot of things to fill out already? And would you implement it in some other survey that you already use, or how would you imagine it?
I think I think quite funny it could be in the newsletter itself, because that would be already a reflection on it of how many people actually follow up on the newsletter, and just put a link into the newsletter of you can give us feedback here. I think it would be generally a good thing, because you will see actually how many people read through it, and then not only the sections but also the people itself who are reading it, because I think usually the section is mostly the board, but not only the board people, but everyone can reach out to us of what information they need. So it's a wider pool.
Thank you. Next question, Patty, ESN BME.
Oh, hello. Okay, lovely. Okay, so thank you, Domi, for the lovely presentation. I have a question regarding generally about the NR tasks. You mentioned that, yeah, of course, you want to keep being the contact person for stakeholders, but there were, in the previous years, there was sometimes an idea that the NR might also help out the treasurer regarding contact with partners, like the official partners of ESN Hungary. What do you think about that? And generally, yeah, I would like to hear your thoughts.
I think, I always get surprised how loud it is, sorry. So generally, I think yes, because the national representative should be the person who represents us, not only to outside stakeholders, but the financial stakeholders as well. I quite like the idea. I do have already connections with most of our partners where we have financial obligations or they to us. And I think I quite well understand how the finances of ESN Hungary, or at least try to understand it most of the time, how it works. So I think that's a great idea generally. And it also creates cooperation between two positions, what I always like. So, yeah.
Thank you. There is a huge amount of questions already, and that's why I propose to close the speakers list. Is there any objections? No. That means the speakers list is closed, and the next question comes from Kinga.
Now it will be a little bit harder questions. So another reflection to one of your answers in the NAF is I asked you about board integrity, and your answers was that we shouldn't mistake integrity with unnecessary secrecy. And I would like you to develop on that a little bit, focusing on just the board, because I understand when you talk about transparency in general, but just what happens within a board.
I mean, obviously it's important to, if there is sensitive information, keep it until it has to be revealed. I understand that, but I also feel like sometimes, generally with national boards, it's overly secretive and not always that much transparent as it should be. And I think when you work in the national board, there is very few information that shouldn't be shared with the sections. So I don't see that much of a problem of sharing. Obviously it has its platforms, but I do understand, and in the past it might have been my weaker side that I try to work on, that it has to be shared in an appropriate place. So I would say that this is what I meant by it. It's not to say everything to everyone, but try to keep it as transparent as possible. I hope it answers the question.
Yeah.
So what I mean is, for example, if you have a disagreement within a board and two of you wanted something and four of you wanted something else, do you think it's okay to reveal that two of you are really not okay with the decision, or would you all six of you have to represent this decision? And how much?
I think to a certain extent it's okay to say that you don't necessarily agree with something. I don't think you should, just because the board says it should be this way, you always believe that, but obviously it has the limits of how much you can allow yourself to say. Obviously, because the board decided, then you are going with it, you cannot do anything a lot about it. But I think if they ask you and they ask your opinion, it's okay to say that maybe you have different opinion until it doesn't hurt the board's perspective, I assume.
Thank you. Next question from Taha, National Coordinator.
Taha, National Coordinator. You mentioned Isaac in your... how do you envision working with them? How do you think this collaboration would be better for the future of ESN Hungary?
I think since they are also a mobility organization, that they organize mobilities, different kind of and more financial, I guess, but it's still a mobility. What we stand for generally, what we advocate for. I think it's a great opportunity to have a lot of practice sharing, because their organization is different, but not that different than ours, I think, what I believe. So obviously the first step would be to reach out to them, to have a meeting with them of setting up a cooperation, and what kind of cooperation would be that I'm not sure yet. I don't have the most clear idea, because I need to see what we can achieve from them. But generally having a partner with the same direction that we do, it's always nice, I think.
Thank you. And another question from Taha.
You mentioned the collaboration for other countries like within the SAP and the region. Do you have any ideas in mind of what these collaborations could be, how they will go, timetables, so on and so forth?
Well, first of all, let's finish with the Romanian collaboration, but within SAP, I think what I already mentioned is we had financial cooperation, and I would really like to try again to apply for a bigger grant, because these are always difficult ones, but I think very beneficial. Even if we don't get it, we learn from it. And generally, I would like to have cooperation events as well, as we had a lot before, or like the idea before. So this is my two ideas for now. Obviously, events is mostly would be working together with the event manager, and the financial cooperation is with the president and the treasurer. But I don't have exact clear that I will say like key action 132 grant yet. I need to look into it more.
Thank you. Next question from Andres, NB.
Thank you. My question is regarding the expansion or enlargement strategy of ESN Hungary. Do you feel like the 13 sections that we have right now is a sustainable number? Do you think, as the NR is responsible for new sections, do you think we should expand the network, or is it sustainable as it is?
I think 13 sections is very sustainable. I think we have the infrastructure to sustain 13 sections so far, because we are doing it. Obviously, we lost a couple of sections and we had some new section coming, but what I'm very happy to see that the smaller section that were struggling, a lot of them are getting very, very strong, and it's very nice to see. And on expenditure, I think it's always a nice thing to look outside and give the opportunity. I'm not saying it's a necessity, because I think out of necessity we don't have to take more sections. We only need to take them if they can actually provide what ESN needs and they can actually survive on their own, because there is no point on taking on more and more struggling sections.
Thank you. Next question, Aaron, ESN Hungary.
So thank you for your presentation. My question would be a bit complex, maybe, but I'm trying.
Please make it as short and clear as possible.
Okay, so I noticed from the really beginning that you have a quite unique communication style, to be discreet. Yeah, and I think this is even on the personal level. It can affect your communication as a leader, as a future of NR. So what do you think it will be managed, or someone, do you have it was enough.
So basically about my communication style, I have a unique one. Yes, I think can be very goofy sometimes, but I think it makes me very approachable because I'm goofy. But also when it needs to be a serious conversation, when I need to talk to seriously, I can very well manage myself, as you can see, because I can be very official in official settings.
Yes, comment, follow up.
I mean, not really appropriate way, that kind of jokes that it's not a joke for the another one, but they are tolerating because, yeah.
That's subjective evaluation, therefore I reject the comment. However, you can bring it into the open discussion, but with maybe some example, that would be nice. Thank you. Therefore, next question goes to Janos, ESN BME.
Yes, we have already, well, Kinga has already touched on the newsletter topic and it including the surveys. I would just like to make more inquiries as to, is it better now? Yeah. Right, okay, sorry. So, there has already been talk about the newsletters, where I would like to make more inquiries as to what the contents of these would be under your mandate and the frequency of these newsletters. What information would these contain for local boards?
It's a good question, actually. I mean, I wouldn't want to make it too often like a spam. Like, I think every month, one newsletter is appropriate. I think I would like to include 2 or maybe more sections in it. Firstly, about international events and international happenings. I think that's generally something that the sections know a lot more about and we should be informed about more. And secondly, opportunities that you can achieve with ESN and you can make with ESN, because a lot of the times, a lot of people miss very good opportunities. For instance, I don't know how many of you have been on one-day Erasmus expenditure with the ESN. There is possibilities to go to different kind of platforms and different kind of mobility talks for one day, what is fully paid by ESN International. And this information gets lost a lot in the emails, and I would like to put these opportunities into the newsletter.
Thank you. And now Evelyn, ESN Covenants.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation. I really liked how detailed it was, really. So please help me just raise my only one concern. After your resignation, we talked a little, and you know that personally, I did not really like the way you acted in that situation. So do you maybe have another approach, how you handle these misunderstandings, or anything changes from that time?
I think obviously after the whole issue, it was a very heated feeling with me. Obviously I reflected in, and I know I should not behave the way I did, but you need to understand what happened is a very hard thing to process, and probably it was not the best way you caught me in, and I probably shouldn't have said the things I said, and probably should have worded it differently. I feel very strongly against the situation. Obviously, if I get into a position again, I probably try to restrict myself over talking these matters with, I guess, no one, or not in the way at least I did. Yeah, but I understand the concern. It's a very valid one. Sometimes I tend to overreact and over-explain, and maybe not the nicest way, because I think everyone should be treated with respect, and sometimes I manage to slip up on that one, and I try to reflect on it and try to do better about it.
Thank you. Question from Kinga NB.
Okay, so a little bit related to what Ellie said, but not entirely. So as you know, and we all mentioned that sometimes the NR tasks overlap with many other portfolios, like also the VP, because you mentioned a lot of tasks regarding like internal representation between the sections, etc. And I would ask, like, not exactly how would you avoid overlapping with the VP, because you would answer it would be by talking with the VP. But if a board decides, okay, Domi, this is not your job, this is the VP's, and it's something that you really wanted to do, how would you be okay with that? How would you handle it? If the decision was that that's not your job?
I mean, I would be okay with it, obviously. I'm not a child anymore, thankfully. And I do respect boundaries, because it's important, in my opinion. And when someone says that's not your task and you cannot do it, I understand if it's a unanimous board decision, of course.
Okay, and my last...
Yes, Kinga.
And my last question, to one of my questions you answered, which was about what's the difference between section boards and national boards, the functioning, and you answered that the national board operates with greater autonomy, so it's less of a teamwork than like everybody in their own portfolio, which I very much disagree with, but I'm interested in how you see this.
I mean, for me it's difficult because I've never been in a national board position, so I cannot exactly say, so probably you have better insight. I think in a local board, you have a lot more tasks going through everyone. In a national board, you have your own project. That's what I meant by that. Because in a local board, when you create a project, you all work together it, and most of the positions are generally involved in it. In a national board, it tends to be that every position have their own projects. It's not saying you cannot overlap with each other, you don't have to have teamwork, but not necessarily as much as in a local board.
Thank you for your answers.
That she asked, like, what's the difference between local and national board?
Comment, Andres?
And
I mean, it's perfectly okay not to know it because you've not been in the national board, but just for everyone else to know, that's not the case. Like, we work as a team and we make decisions together, so we're not working individually on our own projects and then maybe doing an update, but we work as a team. course, we have our portfolios, but okay,
This is not.
I propose another topic later. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Domi. Big applause for Domi. Yes, so we are moving towards open discussion as before. So
que ya no se dan, pero queriendo volver a la última vez. Ya los ojos te miré y contarte las cosas que no te conté. Te pareces a mi crush. Y tirarte las fotos que no te tiré. Pecho brote, bien linda, déjame tirarte una foto. Ey, tengo el pecho pelado, me dio una mata. El corazón dándome patas. Dime, baby, ¿dónde tú estás? Pa' llegarle con Roro, Julito, Cristal, Roy, Edgar, Seba, Oscar, Darnell y Big J tocando bata. Hoy la calle la dejamos es barata. Y sería cabrón que yo me toque el guiro. Yo veo tu nombre y me salen suspiros. No sé si son petardos o si son tiros. Mi blanquita, perico, mi kilo. Yo estoy en PR tranquilo, pero debí tirar más fotos de cuando te tuve. Debí darte más besos y abrazos las veces que pude. Ey, ojalá que los míos nunca se muden. Y si hoy me emborracho, pues que me ayuden. De cuando te tuve, debí darte más besos y abrazos las veces que pude. Ojalá que los míos nunca se muden. Y si hoy me emborracho, pues que me ayuden. Ey, hoy voy a estar con abuelo todo el día jugando dominó. Si me pregunto si aún pienso en ti, ya le digo que no. Que mi estadía cerquita de ti ya se terminó. Ya se terminó. Ey, que prendan las máquinas, voy pa' Santurce. Aquí todavía se da caña, chequea.
Oh.
It turned off again. It turns off all the time.
I think it's the battery, so then.
Okay, I want a new one.
I don't know.
Take that one.
Yeah, the batteries are dead. Just give me a sec.
Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm small.
It's okay. I don't discriminate. Yeah, please, everyone, return to your seats and be silent. We have another. Oh, this is very bad. Another amazing presentation. Then another question round, and we will survive this day. Okay, I promise you. Unless the building does not survive us, then we also don't survive. Okay. I give the word to Lila.
Just a small procedural. You can also write your entire question on the NA app because we are streaming it anyway, so it's fine.
Now that there's only one candidate, so.
It's easy for the vice chair.
Not that you can, please do so. It will make my life much easier.
And if possible, during the presentation, so that we really are on time.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Lila Walter, and I would like to apply for the position of communication manager. For anyone who doesn't know me, I think most of you know me very well. I am Lila, I'm 22 years old, and I'm currently serve as the PR manager of ESN BME, and also what not everyone knows, but I serve as also communication manager of ESN Aachen candidate section. So I'm take part of building a new little section in Germany where I'm on Erasmus, and I was on Erasmus. Also, I'm a candidate member at Comcom, but I got a shout out last time during the communal meeting, and also I got a responsibility, which is rare for a candidate member, and I'm responsible for the takeover project. Other than that, personality-wise, I'm very high energy and enthusiastic, and if you don't know me, feel free to approach me during the night on the dance floor. I would probably be there. As you can also see, I think this picture very well represents my energies. This was made during our inter-dinner event, and one of my favorite pictures. So, before applying to this position and putting together my program, I did a very extensive research because I believe we do have a lot of valuable resources. I conducted deep interviews to see this communication manager position from all angles, for example, through coordinators, from other board members, through the board member, like from Varga, Orsi Varga. So I conducted a very extensive research in that. Also, scrolled to existing platforms, but not only the platforms of ESN Hungary, but also the platform of all the sections, because I believe that they have valuable ideas, which are often overlooked. Also, I read the 3-year strategy and analyzed some international and foreign sections. For example, mostly the Germany, because I think they work very well. So, and I came up with basically 4 leading ideas. First of all, coordinators and task distributions. I want to make it easier for everyone and make an overall tracking table and a unified communication channel, introduce monthly calls, and also make a clear, flat, and shared goals to what we want to achieve during a mandate or during a set time period. Also, I want to make coordinators responsible for different projects, so the workload is equal, and if anyone gets it busier, someone can pitch in, and nobody gets overwhelmed by their tasks. And I also want to make sure that our PR and communication manager community gets involved, but I will talk about that later. And one other very important topic is NA design work groups, because sometimes NA OCs doesn't get enough help with their visual package and content creation, which would be very important, I believe. So about the communication manager community, I did some research, and there is a Discord channel. However, it's been inactive since last May, and I would love to reactivate it. Also, reintroduce the monthly PR calls, and make sure that every PR manager and communication manager is included. And this inclusion is also making sure that they get a sneak peek inside what the national level is like, so we can get more suitable candidates for the position. And also would love to have them help with NA designs. And also, I think we have incredible human resources and incredible designers, and why don't we use them? Which was my question. Why don't we work together? And also transition help. I know it's how incredibly hard it is when you get newly elected and you don't fully know every part of this position, and you just got into the ESN. And so I would love to help those newly elected managers with workshops, knowledge hubs, and also most importantly, WIM education, because let's be serious, we all need it. Also, one other thing I noticed scrolling to the platforms and social medias of ESN Hungary, that there are a lot of international projects, collaborations. However, I feel like there is a lack of own campaigns and own educational content. So I would love to do something about this. For example, a widely forgotten topic is the awareness raising of the Erasmus plus exclusion in Hungary, because some universities doesn't get the same opportunities as others, and we as a section need to represent those people as well and make sure that they get equal opportunities. And also we are the ones who can present this issue to decision makers, and I think we should also take on this project. Another thing is educational content. For example, for incomings, it would be incredible to share some knowledge about our bureaucratic works, how to apply for visa, and much more. And also for outgoings, for example, how to vote from foreign country, which is an actual topic. And I already part of a project working about it, thanks to Agnes Sárközi and also Esther Debreceni. And for example, could be also the possibilities of Erasmus. So I would love to introduce such own campaigns and own project and own series of posts. Another thing which I found important, that our ESN is about people and volunteering and the community, and this is what should be represented by our social pages. And I found that there are rarely any photos of our wonderful events, so I would love to make sure that our people are represented. So, for example, I would love to do mini takeovers with sections. For example, I put here ESN Corvinus's page. Okay, so mini takeovers to show all the sections who are working together and making this community what we are now and contributing to ESN Hungary. Also, would love to establish a photography team, maybe even a photography coordinator, because sometimes there are not very well photographic documentation of, for example, the Christmas gala or about NAs, which would also could be represented on our social medias. And also LinkedIn. I found there has been not many of events posted and not many outcomes represented. For example, the Speak Out project would be really great to see the outcome, the people that showed up, and also from the NAs. So I would also love to introduce that. And LinkedIn, individual post of the board, because it is important that the people who are reaching out for partnership or organizations know who they are reaching out to, and also easily accessible contact information, because it's very hard to find for individual board members. And I think it would be relevant for any people wanting to work with us together and reach out for partnership. So overall, my plans would be a clear task distribution and a good coordinator team, a revival of our PR communication manager community, also launching own campaigns and projects, making our representation people-centered and showcasing the incredible humans who work together to make everything possible, and also a bit making LinkedIn more energized, filled with posts, and representing our boards and also our more serious events, and more importantly, the outcomes of such events. So, and why would I be suitable? I think I have the skills. I've been part of multiple boards. I have management and leadership skills, as I'm leading my photography coordinator team, and we have achieved incredible things together, which I was the establisher. Also, I'm active on international level, so I have more insights into other parts of ESN, and I have very clear goals and vision. And thank you for your attention, and also thank you for anyone who was willing to talk to me and help me put together this project, and for the questions. They helped me refine my goals.
This is like a very, very slow presentation.
Thank you,
My
Lila,
presentation
for
was much
your
worse.
amazing presentation. So, we already received 2 questions. Also remember that she already answered a lot of very relevant and interesting questions beforehand, so check that part out and make sure to not repeat them so that we don't sit here a long time. First question from Patty, ESN BME.
Okay, so I would like to come back to the age-old question. Just because you mentioned the...
I hear you. I don't know if others as well, but you have a... Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because you have incredible voice, so everyone's can hear you, I think.
Come
He has
on.
incredible volume. I'm not... Even if I shout.
Yeah, please. I'll give you them.
Hello? Okay. Good boy. Okay, so, just because... I'm joking. Okay, 1, 2, lovely. Okay, so, just because you mentioned in the presentation the unified communication channel, it's an age-old question and something that we have been debating for a very long time. So my question would be that do you have any ideas for platforms that you would like to use? Because we've received a lot of complaints for Discord. And how do you tackle the displeasure of a few sections, even if a new platform is voted to be the new official channel? Because unfortunately that has been a thing where in the past some sections just straight up refused to use Discord because they didn't like it, even though it was democratically voted to be the official communication channel.
So what's the exact question? How would I handle?
Yes, do you have any ideas for an alternative? Or how would you handle the displeasure of sections who are just like saying that they don't want to use it because they don't like it?
Yes. Also, I would love to discuss it later on with every PR manager because also everyone, but I have some alternatives. For example, Slack. Also, so Slack is another alternative to Discord. However, I don't believe we can make everyone satisfied at all. So that's impossible. However, I think as a communication manager, communication is important. So I would love to make compromises and, for example, maybe communicate and make extra steps to reach other people via email or via other platforms which they love to use. Because I cannot change other people, but I can change my approach that they are included as well. So I can look deeper into more options. Right now, I only know Discord and Slack as communication channels for this, or WhatsApp, but I don't know how people like this. But I would love to make extra steps so information reaches everyone, and I cannot change them, but I can include them with making extra steps.
Okay, thank you very much. Honestly, this is not a question that you have to answer, so I was just curious because you put it in the presentation, but technically this is something that is an entire board decision, and also
So this is, and I realized that, and also this is why I looked into these options and put it in my presentation. However, this is not only dependent on me, but the whole board, but I'm happy to find some solutions, and this is why I put it in, because I find it very important to share information.
Okay, thank you. Patty, you're the last person today that survives speaking without being appointed. That's okay. Okay, I see no more questions incoming right now, so I propose to close the speakers list as we already have multiple questions to fill the time. Is there any objections? There is no objections. That means the speakers list is closed, and the next question comes from Andrish NB.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is regarding advocacy communication, and what I wrote down, which you cannot see, was that how would you communicate ESN Hungary meeting with a far-right MEP or member of parliament? And to elaborate a bit on the question, as you know, ESN is a non-political and non-partisan organization. Perhaps only non-partisan, but that's a different debate. So for example, we are obviously often engaging with politicians despite being non-political, let's say. How would you communicate that? And what do you think the impact would be for the image of ESN Hungary if we are meeting an MEP from, let's say, the Europe of Sovereign Nations party, which is actually something that we are going to do in the near future?
Yes, that's a very serious question, as it definitely affects the image of our organization. And yes, it puts a strain on what we represent. But also, I believe that there are some issues on which we can work together with such politicians, which align with our own values about, for example, environment, inclusivity, and about mobility. So I think sometimes the goal, when there is a clear goal, for example, for the inclusion of the universities which were excluded from Erasmus, we can reach out to such people, but we have to make very clear during our communication that what our goal is, and that this is the project that we represent and working together with this person, not the entire thing. So this is one thing which we would need to work hard on to make clear, and also to the person which we are working together with, that we are doing this project, however, we don't want to take a standpoint just about issues regarding us.
Thank you. Next question comes from Aaron, ESN Obuda University.
Thank you for your presentation. I may, I believe that it's not a duplicate question for the existing ones. So I see that you have a lot of roles. Do you think, or any mandate will end, or something? How do you see yourself if you get elected? Like from when your MV mandate starts, what position you hold, and do you can manage that?
Yes, thank you for the question. Both of my mandate as the PR manager of ESN BMA and also the communication manager of ESN Aachen candidate section would end by the time I would step into my role. So I think that time I allocated for that I allocate for this new manager position. So I think I would have time. And also the communication community membership doesn't end, but it's an ongoing thing where you take up as much as you can or you don't take up anything. So it's like variable to how much time you have. So I think it's it's a very kind community in terms of how much time do you have and how much time you can put into the work. So I can also put less time into that if it comes to that, but I don't believe because there are multiple people, so the tasks and responsibilities are shared, so nobody is overwhelmed there.
Thank you. And last question from Reka, ESN Debrecen.
So, reflecting on,
you
talked about the educational material that you would like to create. Turn down. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. So I wanted to ask what kind of ideas you had for this, if you wanted to make pamphlets or brochures, or if you checked into what other countries do.
In terms of for the incoming students, right? Okay.
Yes.
So yes, I have looked into, for example, ESN Germany puts out a lot of brochures and booklets for how to apply for visa, different kinds of scholarships. So I would love to do that as well. And also raise awareness about short mobilities. For example, for incoming students, such as 1 week programs at and also volunteering projects where you go there for 1 week and help build something and such things, which I think we don't represent right now very well. And also are about bureaucracy and about culture. We could much more represent our country, because in Germany they do that very well, showcasing which cities, how does it look like, what are the things to try. Also, so this is much more like humorous, a little bit of fun content. But on the other side, you can also do more serious work regarding the bureaucratic processes, also hospitals and such guides. So yeah, I think it's very much present in other countries and we should do it as well. And also, I think it's very much present in our sections communications, which I think we could utilize and work together on it, because we should share our resources. And why don't we do that?
Thank you.
We tried.
Thank you a lot, and
No
big
one
shout out
contributed.
to Reka also for typing down the whole question. That's amazing. Yeah, applause.
Thank you.
Good. And we move on with Boggy.
Well, I will start. Hello everyone, I am Boglár Kurodi. I think I met most of you already, but if you don't know me, then here's a few things about me. I'm 20 years old, I am a trade and marketing and culinary student as of now. And I've been organizing events since high school, where I was mostly responsible for our freshman camp, which I still do sometimes, while I help out with the recruitment and some educational stuff for the younger organizers. I've been part of ESN Alta since 2023, where I already joined the event working group as well, like the second I could. where I really think I found my place, and I was able to organize and help out with a shit ton of events. I'm sorry, but it was a lot, and I really enjoyed it, and I still really enjoy it. Yes, and I've been part of the national level since 2025. So like last summer, I joined the International Affairs Committee, INTCOM, where I've been able to work really closely with the current national board and everyone on the national level, which gave me really amazing experiences. I had the opportunity to get like a deeper insight into how the event manager position would work if we would have one, like if the position wouldn't be vacant, because I was able to help out with some tasks that would usually belong to the event manager. Yes, I love organizing events. That's where I really find my place, and I cannot sit tight when I'm attending an event. So that's something that Kinga and Hanna told me lately, and that like if I go to an event, I won't be able to just participate, and I usually have to do something, and I always have the need to help and just be there. And yeah, there are a lot of events that I attended. You can read about more in the motivational letter and my CV. Oh yeah, and according to BuzzFeed, I would be Pita, just to stick to the team. I was really curious, and yes, it's a really serious personality test, and do whatever you want with this information. So as of my vision for this mandate, I put some really nicely arranged buzzwords for you. I would like to, like, consistent high quality events, as in I would continue with most of our events as we have now. I would try to ensure the high quality, and I would, where I would be mostly responsible for words. So, sorry, I would be mostly responsible for social programs, as you might know, and the more, I don't know the words, logistics, thank you. So for the logistics, which I already have really good experience in, I would love to increase accessibility in all of our events, including like NAs and everything, meaning that I would love to have more people on our events. This is a task that would be like, wouldn't be only my job, it's a cooperation with the rest of the board, but we could think about, I don't know, grants, so we could make the participation fees lower and such stuff. Planning in advance, that sounds weird because we do plan in advance, of course. That's what we all do when we are organizing events. But I would like to have all dates like really, really set down, like fix every date in advance, very much in advance. I would love to publish them in advance so everyone can already plan with them all national events as soon as possible. Yes, and with the venues as well. And always looking for more. I would love to look for more opportunities, more partnerships, which are, I know it's like a vague thing to say because, yes, and as well new events. So I would love to look for more opportunities working together with you guys to create new national events. Some of my plans and ideas that I have that I would like to do. First of all, there's this mini section training thing, because as you know, we have the section training once in every semester. And I would love to do like smaller one day or one afternoon events where we could train you guys, or together we can get educated. I would love to use these as like a burnout and well-being like workshops as well, maybe, because I hope it would be more accessible for every mentor in our network. And it's not a multiple day section training, because you can join that too, but this would be a bit more easier accessible, maybe not in closer to you guys, so maybe closer to the different sections. And yes, Erasmus in schools. This is also like part of the 3-year vision that you might know. I am not sure yet how we could comply with this, but I have different ideas. Working with the president and the national representative, I would be, of course, more helping with the logistics and the event organizing part if we decide to do something related to that. And yes, sorry. So, and one of my really favorite, not favorite, but my priority would be the event managers community, because I feel like we are lacking the strength of that community. And first of all, reforming the event managers' calls, we could create a stronger bond, hopefully. And I really want to make them as a place where we can share knowledge, share our troubles, and even have fun together. Hopefully this would ensure or like strengthen the section cooperations as well. And yes, I would love to be there for every event manager so I could help. And the shared event calendar also connects to this. Many people before me already talked about this. It would have with the section cooperations, section visibility. We could see each other events, we could plan together better. It wouldn't, so this is also something where I have very different system ideas, which I would love to like consult with the current event managers. And yes, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, very nice. Okay. I will repeat, we already had a lot of questions in the online question round, so please make sure to check that out before you want to vote, of course, because there's a lot of information covered and it's very nice. So, first question for now is going from Andres NB.
Can I get guidance on whether my question is allowed, because it's kind of like 2 questions? Or should I put it separate, or should I just speak and not waste your time?
Put it separate.
Okay. So I will go with the first question. And this is, as it is not officially a part of the task description yet of the event manager, would you be okay with being the member of the core OC and all the responsibilities that come with that of Hungary in Transylvania organized jointly by ESN Hungary and ESN Romania?
Yes.
And I will put my second question in that.
Thank you. Next question from Brigitta, ESN Esterhazy.
Hi, I have a question about the manager calls. Like you mentioned that you would like to reform. And also there was a question previously by Mira, who also asked about this, and you said that you would talk about this reform more in detail in your presentation, but I didn't really find more details about this. So what would the reform exactly entail?
Yes, thank you. I am nervous, and probably that's why I didn't talk about it in more detail. So yes, about the calls, I would love to have this regularly, first of all, because as of now, since the position weekend, it's really not really happening all the time. It's really messy. So I would love to clear this up, have a fixed date probably for each month where we could sit together. And I would love to, because currently, I don't know how many of you know, there's no structure for it. So I would love to have a structure for it, as in we are not just like, so I would love to have people attending. That's the first thing. So I would love to make it not mandatory, because that's not, of course, I will not make it mandatory. But I would love to emphasize that it's something that is there to help you guys, and it would be lovely if you attended. So first of all this, and then yes, I would love to have like online workshops if we can, even if we can only like see each other online in these calls. I would love to have workshops and kind of trainings in these, which could again help the event managers with their troubles, with their moving forward with the sections. And so it wouldn't be just like the usual call to, okay, what happened to you last month? And then everyone says their favorite event, which is helpful and which I would love to hear. So that's, I'm not saying let's delete that, but I would love to have more dynamics in it. I hope this answered this. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Doka and Dean.
Hmm?
Okay, thank you, Bogi, for your presentation. I wanted to ask a little bit about the mini section training initiative that you mentioned. I think it's a very great initiative, but participation can it's that. Okay. It sometimes can be limited by the venue, especially for countryside sections. So I would ask, like, what would you do with what would be your approach with choosing the location? How would you ensure that the event is accessible for all the members and that it's relevant for all the countryside sections where, for example, not based in Budapest, and it takes them much longer to travel?
Yes, so as I imagine, I would love to do mini section trainings not in Budapest, or like in Budapest as well, but I would love to go to the sections in a way that we have these mini trainings and these mini events as an ESN Hungary event for their mentors, but taking place close to them. So, yes. Yes, so it wouldn't be, so I would love to have training events where they don't have to travel that much, yes. And that's, okay. So yes.
Thank you a lot. I see there's no more new questions incoming and we have a lot of questions. So I propose to close the speakers list. Is there any objections? Yes. Wait. Is there any objections? No. So, speakers list is closed and you can go on.
Okay. So just one idea, but would you collaborate with the VP on like section visits to maybe do trainings for like when you would do a section visit with your board? To also do that as a training for the specific section, and so it could be like do the same for all sections, but it could be used at the section visits.
Yes. So as I imagine it, I would probably like definitely work together with the VP, and I would love to also work together with the local boards on it, so we could like it could be more customizable in that sense. But yes, definitely.
Thank you. Next question goes to Part from ESN Szeged.
Hi. Hello. Okay, thank you for your presentation. Bart Kotikar from ESN Szeged. You mentioned new events a couple of times during your presentation. Do you have any rough ideas in mind right now?
I would like to say no right now because I feel like I should learn more about the whole working of this national board before I can think about big events like out of the blue. So I do not wish to say something because I don't know if it will be possible, and I don't want to like promise things or share things that I cannot do in the end. So I would like to like learn more, get the like during the transition, and then talk about, but also talk about these events with you guys. So.
Thank you. Next question from Andrzej and B.
So the second part of my question was that do you have any insights or opinions about these kind of jointly organized national events with other NOs?
Yes, I think they are great. So I didn't know this was happening. So the first time I was hearing about this, for example, the current, like the working together with on the Transylvania event. I heard it here, but I think it's a really great thing, and I would love to do more or like have start more of these projects or be part of more of these projects, because I think they are just more colorful, let's say, than just one country's event, and we could get much greater things together.
Thank you a lot, and let's go to the last question from Benze, Jens, and Elte.
Oh, hello. Okay. Thank you for your presentation. And my question would be, like you said, that you imagine, for example, implementing Erasmus in schools in some ways. Can you just say, like, I don't know, like, an example, like, how would you build up this project?
Yes, so thank you for your question. This would be, of course, like a cooperation with the VP, the president, or the NR, so, or all of them involved. I would, like, when I first thought about this, I was thinking about, of course, the NR maybe to look up high schools which we could attend. I would help with the logistics, so that would be my part as an event manager. But also looking for other events where we could represent ourselves for high schoolers, which is, again, with the logistics and stuff, so I know it's not 100% the event manager's portfolio. But yes, so I was thinking, for example, there's gonna be, like, there's a festival, like a Commerce festival, like a teenager festival in every summer, which I heard about, where we could actually attend and just present ourselves and have a booth there, have the opportunity to do anything that we want, actually. So this is, again, something that we can work on together.
Thank you a lot. That means all the questions are answered. Big applause. And the National Board requested an announcement.
Yes, hello. We will now move for coffee break, I think, but before that, we wanted to add two things. We didn't have time in the previous coffee break to do your section pictures, but with the help of Hannah, you can do it now. We will be around and helping you and taking pictures of you, so that is one thing. And for tomorrow, as you could see in the agenda, there will be 3 workshops going on at the same time. And I would like to ask you to sign up for the workshops. I will send in a sheet where you can write yourself up. Please do not delete anybody. And also you have to sign up for one of the workshops. Please be mindful that around the same number of people go to the workshops. And if you do not do it by tomorrow morning, I will assign you. And also there's not a possibility to not go to workshops. That's it, thank you.
I only wanted to add, in case you're, like, you can see a description on what the workshops are about, but if you're unsure which one is for you, then please don't hesitate to reach out to Sasha, me, or Kinga, okay?
Okay, thank you. And I calculated the time through with my, at this point, very exhausted brain. However, we will finish almost on time if we are 10 minutes faster. Therefore, I propose to cut the coffee break by 5 minutes. That's not a lot. So you still have more time than before. If I see that you will run around and you still need more time, we can